Bro, like, fuck, I was up late.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Gamergy. Hello, Penny. Hello, KBS. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Ashley Curtis. Hello, Shockwave. Hello, Resonate. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Hustler. Hello, Logan MC. Hello, Alex Asparas. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, Abyssal Liss. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Kiwi Burb. We are indeed live. Hello, Kevin Dread. Howdy, howdy. Yes, my hair, by the way, is going to be a mess today. Thanks for bearing with me. Um, but our intro music today is courtesy of Chill Boy Beats, and it would be lovely if y'all could give him a subscribe, go like his videos. We've been listening to the Naruto Ninja Wave synth mix created by him. Definitely go check that out. Dude deserves more subscribers. What can I say? With that, how y'all doing? How you doing, folks? It's been a hot minute. It's been like 4 days. Hey, young black economist. I was extremely depressed the last few days, but better now. Hell yeah, homie. Micah, hello. Did New York City go well? It did go well. I had New York bagels. And my parents, my mom specifically, has given me shit my entire life, telling me I don't pronounce the word bagel right. And I absolutely do. I walked up to a New York City counter at a place called Bagel Boy and ordered a cream cheese everything bagel, and they didn't go, "What's that?" They didn't give me shit for it, except a bagel in exchange for money. So, take that, Mom. um, what is your mom on? My mom gaslights me about how I say bagel. I know that I say bagel right, but she says I'm pronouncing it like boggle, like bag or bagel, bagel, boggle, like somewhere between those two words. Hello, just found your channel through the Dennis Prager vid yesterday. Want to watch your stream? Well, welcome Noah Quayle. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hey, Smelanie, how you doing? How you doing? We got so much to talk about today, folks. We got so much to talk about. Bagul sounds like a Star Trek villain. True. Why don't seagulls fly over the land? I don't know, alt fact. Why not? Puffin J.O. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Oh, it's so nice to have alerts back. I appreciate having them exist. It's hard. Okay, I can't stream on the laptop, guys. That was rough. That was rough as hell. We tried the mobile stream on the laptop. The issue was from the phone I couldn't stream to both YouTube and Twitch, so I couldn't multi-stream, which is an important thing to be able to do. Just started law classes. Yo, Smelanie! Let's go. We need more lawyers in the community. Let's go. But yeah, no, New York City was great. The bra fittings that I went there to do went about as expected, which is to say that they sorely demonstrated the need for trans inclusive lingerie. Literally, the woman who was helping me do like the fittings was so embarrassed and like disappointed in her company that like she had no words, you know? Like it's really pretty ridiculous. Um that was the most leftist of leftist video. It really was.
Did you hear Keffels is not doing political content and drama anymore and...
Huh, I did not. But thank you for the $5 dono. What Keffels does with her platform is her own business, you know? Like if she doesn't want to do politics or drama anymore, like good on her. Like she's earned more than earned like the right to do that. You know, it's her channel, so like she has the right to do it, I guess. But like I hope people aren't upset about that. Hey, Boiled Peanuts, how you doing? I like Keffels, but I do not believe that. I mean, we'll see. I also, like, if she doesn't want to make content anymore, or doesn't want to make that content anymore, like, more power to her, you know? What is Keffels doing these days? I don't know, probably shitposting and being kind of funny and getting undue amounts of bullshit sent her way. Fuck, my computer froze right when I subbed. Did it work? It did indeed work, Puffin J.O. Politics and drama can be a lot. Yeah, I mean, especially when, like, you're someone who people are going to concoct
Welcome back button.
Insane hit pieces about for, like, no reason. Penny, thank you very much for gifting AltFact a sub. I very much appreciate it. So, yeah, no, I went and did a bra fitting, or not just bra, but, like, lingerie fitting, like a professional one. And, like, I'm not a large lady. And, like, the person who was doing my fitting also didn't think that I was a large lady. But, like, the issue is I have a large rib cage, right? And there are a lot of trans ladies with large rib cages, and there are also a lot of cis ladies with large rib cages. And mainstream, like, lingerie companies do not make lingerie for people with larger rib cages, you know? And so, like, a lot of the trip was kind of justified in the in that fitting moment. Like, the person doing the fitting for me was honestly shocked and embarrassed, and she does this professionally, you know? And it doesn't have anything to do with, like, weight, by the way. Like, it's bone structure. And, like, I know that, like, some transphobes might see that clip and be like, oh, well, you have large bone structure because man genes. Huh. But actually, like, a lot of cis women also have large rib cages. It's just that they are not catered to in the sizing for, like, medium higher end lingerie. They expect you to go to, like, to put it nicely, they expect you to go to, like, a bra barn and pick up, like, the like poor fitting ill-made garments where you can buy, like, 5 at a time for $10, you know?
Another button.
Penny, thank you for gifting a sub to Somniostatic. That is very kind of you. So, like, part of the issue, it's almost as if humans are built different. Well, it's also almost as if most of the mainstream lingerie industry is controlled by, like, 10 people, and they're all heterosexual, like, cis white dudes and, like, 2 white ladies, you know, like, who are all, of course, like, elderly. It's almost like they're a couple generations removed from what is actually happening in the industry. So, like, and I say that because I know that that's the case. And so, yeah. And frankly, there is a pervasive attitude in the industry of, from my impression, is that there's a pervasive issue in the industry where, like, the people who are kind of controlling these brands and the lingerie that is made basically just kind of shrug and go, when this issue is brought up, they shrug and go, oh, well, we don't make that for fat women, you know? That's basically it, right? That they do not consider it their job to do that. Yeah, Kiwi Burb over here has to get like custom like bras made. That's crazy, right? And during this fitting, I tried on a tucking panty. It was a very high-end tucking panty, by the way. One of the worst things I've ever had touch my body. Like, the stuff that exists right now for, like, that is catered towards trans people sucks ass. Like, it's terrible. And, like, that's just for, like, trans people, like, when it comes to, like, bottom fitting lingerie. But, like, you know, bras, that applies to all femmes, you know? Like, let's go. It's high time someone changed it. I'm really excited that my partner is actually, like, stepping up and gonna do something about it. So, that was the entire purpose of our trip. Like, being able to go to, like, a trade show, make some important connections, and also do some fittings in a place that ostensibly should be one of the lingerie capitals of the world, and should have, you know, one would think, like, access to innumerable sizes, and they couldn't even produce something that was even moderately acceptable, you know?
It's more malicious than that. The clothing makers don't want their clothes to be seen on ugly people, in their words.
No, that's what I mean. Catalina Gearbox, that's what, when they say they don't want their clothing to be seen on fat people, what they really mean is ugly people. They don't want their brand's reputation to be tarnished by people who are they consider to be too large wearing it, you know? Let's see. Also, thank you for the $5 dono. And Penny, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. And also, folks, as we come up towards the end of the month, I do have to pay rent, and this month is going to be a struggle. So if any of y'all can chip in with gifted subs or donos, I would be extraordinarily appreciative. So, thank you. I still don't even know what size I should actually even be wearing. Well, and that's the thing, Resonate. Oh, Puffin J.O., thank you for gifting a sub to DB Wolf over on Twitch. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you. But, like, part of the problem, Resonate, is, like, if you go to, like, what one might call an accessible, like, fitting when it comes to bras, i.e. you go to your local Victoria's Secret for a bra fitting, those people don't actually know how to size bras. People at Victoria's Secret, their job is not to size you properly for a bra. Their job is to sell you a bra. You know? So they will give you the wrong sizing, and then they will take your money and basically just cross their fingers and hope you never show up again. Yeah, my mom has had this issue forever. She would do a lot to find bra that fits.
Sure, I'll chip in for rent. Let's
Holy
get some
shit!
Friday night BWA going.
Paladin! My god! Alright, thank you for the $200 dono! My god! Thank you so much. Fucking hell. Yeah, the BWA energy just took off to the moon. And Beata, I like this community too. And I'm not just saying that because someone just did a $200 dono. My goodness. Yeah, Paladin lost. More like Paladin single-handedly slaying Rent.
A little something to help and support the BWA.
Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. My god, thank you. I really appreciate that. Jack is back, bitches. It's true. It's true. Wait, Dennis Prager has kids? Noah Quayle. I thought that was the vid you were talking about. Were you talking about the Dennis Prager, were you talking about the Dennis Prager, Nazis were both left and right video? Because, yeah, I also recently found out that Dennis Prager has a son, and he looks exactly like prominent left-leaning YouTuber, The Humanist Report. It's honestly shocking. Penny! Holy shit, guys. She can now get one bra. Penny, bring in the BWA energy. My goodness. We haven't even gotten to the content yet, guys. I'm just trying to catch you up on my trip. Dennis Prager never could have reproduced. Well, he has several children that he has produced, but Aaron Prager is adopted. So in this case, you are unintentionally correct. Pennies for bras. But yeah, the other thing is, like, if you go high end for bras, like, it can get insanely expensive. Like a medium range, nice, good quality bra is gonna cost you like 60 to 80 bucks, which is not chump change. So for that amount of money, you want to know that your bra fits and that it's going to be around for a long time. You know, it's going to make you feel good. And frankly, a lot of trans and femme folk don't have that, you know? Same, I purged my sub list and was missing a certain kind of content, decided to check RBJ out. So glad that I did. Y'all are great. T. Smith, I appreciate it. I've been really busting my ass to get more videos up on the YouTube because I used to just do streams and not actually cut videos. But I think it's been paying off. He told a story once that another kid came up to his younger son at school and called Dennis a moron, except he used a stronger word. No comment. I'm such a noob, I didn't know that I could do more than one. That's okay, Puffin J.O. I just appreciate that you're here and the energy you're bringing to chat, okay? I appreciate your eyeballs. Segments were a good idea. I was the first one to have the idea to come up with video segments, actually, back in the 90s. Hey, Titan Uranus, I've been appreciating you holding down the fort with the current events channel in the Discord. Very useful. I appreciate it. The last bra my wife bought that was what could be called pretty was over $150. Man, you guys, I know that Vosh is insufferable with his fashion takes, but I'm on the cusp of becoming insufferable about my fashion, like, bra takes, okay? My lingerie takes. You have no idea how close I am, okay? Lily loves stuff.
Big BWA energy. How did you enjoy your trip to the best coast? East Coast for life. BWA.
BWA. Thank you for the $20 dono, Lily. I really liked New York City. I liked it a lot more than I even thought I would, which I thought I'd like it okay. But, like, it was really, really cool seeing a place that meant so much to my partner, who lived there for over a decade. And, like, I've had bagels before, but I'm not, like, I wouldn't say, like, I go out of my way to have bagels in Minnesota. But I got an everything bagel with cream cheese and turkey on it, and it was honestly life-changing, you know? It was really, really good. Uh incredible stuff. I now understand how a bagel can be like an actual meal instead of just like a thing to eat if you're really, really hungry. And I got to see like the school that my partner went to. I got to see where she used to live. Got to I went to downtown Brooklyn, USA, doing some Sam Cedar, you know, some Sam Cedar sighting, hopefully, but no luck there. And it was really, really cool. Also, okay, a couple of things. I went there only really knowing what my partner had told me of New York and what I know from like media about New York, right? And New York, people told me New York would be smelly. It was a little smelly, but like not more smelly than like any other city I've ever been in, really. Like some of the smell is bad, but like that's what happens when you have a sewer system under your feet, okay? Tipster, thank you so much for the raid. I'm just talking about my trip to New York. Hello, Tipster Raiders. I'm talking about my trip to New York. Just got back today. It's true I wasn't there in the summer, but I did learn that in the wintertime, it's very cold. It's colder than the temperature would lead you to believe, right? And I'm from Minnesota. You know, I'm used to cold temperatures. But the wind from the ocean really does like cut, you know? And I was also expecting a lot of rats. Like, people talked a lot about how there were going to be a lot of rats in New York City. There I didn't see a single goddamn rat. The way people talk about rats in New York, like, I'm expecting, like, you know how in movies there's like a sea or a tsunami of rats when like a natural disaster happens. That's what I was expecting every time like a subway train comes in, right? That didn't happen. Not a single goddamn rat. I think y'all are lying about how many rats there are. I'm sure they exist. Just, I was expecting masses of rats. Everyone talks shit about New York and I like it. Also, my God, subways are incredible. Did I ride the subway? I rode the subway almost every goddamn day, and it was incredible. I've seen the future and it's railways, my friends. Railways. It's so amazing. You could just walk from wherever you're staying, get on a train, and in like 30 minutes be exactly where you want to be. And because you don't drive if you're sane in New York, you walk, which, like, it's just good for you. It's good for you to walk around. Just walking around New York for a day and like seeing sights or whatever is great. Metro systems make the happy chemicals. It was amazing. And people talk shit about the subway all the time. And like the way like conservatives talk about the subway in New York City, you would think like every time you get on the subway, like someone's going to come up and like harass you with a knife to like steal your purse or something. But like that doesn't happen. I mean, maybe it happens, but like mostly you just get on a subway, sit down, or stand up if it's during rush hour, and like people mind their business, and it's pretty great. And you know what? I also like that people yell at each other in New York. That's right, I said it. I like it. I like that I can walk down the street and like hear an Italian man yell at his local mailman and be like, "Hey bro, I got the thing you ordered. Let me just run up and get it real quick." And like they're just yelling at each other back and forth across the street, and it's really delightful, you know? Like it was like we were able to walk around at literally any time of day, and there were people, which you might think like, oh, that would be a downside, right? Except that, like, by walking around and there always being people around, that means if someone tries to start some shit, other people are around to like intervene or call for help. Like, it's literally just safer than you walking along by yourself in the middle of nowhere, you know? And like it's great. Did you check out any Broadway shows? No, but I was thinking we might go to a show, like an off-Broadway show that is basically 5 actors come out on stage. One of them takes 5 shots of whiskey, extremely strong whiskey, and then attempts to perform a Shakespeare play. And the other 4 actors have to try and improvise along with the drunk actor's lead. So that sounded like a lot of fun. And I really want to go see that maybe next time I'm back in town. Next time you should make an effort to go to the ethnic neighborhoods. Little Accra is amazing. Well, like I went to Little Italy. I also went to, like, we stayed in Brooklyn. I went to Little Italy. I went to Little China, and it was really fun. The one thing is, I guess I really underestimated how many people would try and like sell me like fake watches and fake handbags. I swear to God, over the course of like 3 blocks, I had like 15 people try and like approach me and try and sell me like counterfeit bags. That was kind of crazy. That was kind of crazy. Also, pro tip, don't go with them to see their bags or their fake watches. Because apparently, a portion of the time, they will try to abduct you. But, you know, at a certain point, if you're the kind of person who will follow a stranger into a dark basement, that I feel like that's kind of on you, okay? Second point, I thought Times Square would be impressive. And we went there, and I found out that that Times Square is actually the worst place on Earth. All I knew about Times Square was from movies. Times Square is the literal, like, if you're anywhere on the autism spectrum, Times Square is the worst place on Earth you could possibly go. Okay? Walking through Times Square, it's so loud, so densely packed with people. There are like 12-story tall televisions blazing advertising at you. I got sexually harassed by an Elmo, and they because they just have characters walking around that you can like tourists take pictures with, but like it's horrible. It's horrible. And like while you get sexually harassed by Elmo, because you're wearing your date night outfit, there's like a 12-story tall M&M advertisement leering down at you from like the Hershey's M&M store. It's so awful. I like, we walked straight through it, and I regretted my decision from like the second step in. It was awful. It was the rare defective Tickle Me Elmo. No, the Tickle You Elmo. No. Was it the green M&M? It's every M&M. They just come up and they like look down at the crowd. God. Classic Elmo. God. I would love to visit Syracuse. That'd be nice. Yeah, there's the yeah, it was the advertisement from the M&M store. Lily loves stuff. That is literally the stereotypical Times Square experience, though. I don't know. I thought it would be fun and not a hellscape. That's on me. That's on me at that point. I did watch The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, but I found Titus Andronicus so...
It's been a pretty good month. Hope all is well with rent.
OS
Pico
Crane!
hug.
Thank you for the $10 dono! I very, very much appreciate it. God damn, folks. Thank you. Bringing the BWA energy. OS Crane. More like OS Homie. Titus Andronicus was just such a good character that I kind of glossed over how horrific Times Square is. I will say the one good thing I saw in Times Square was, ironically, a Transformers Bumblebee costume that had like interesting like mechanical aspects to it. Yeah. Did you ever get some New York pizza? I did. So I went to the very first pizzeria in the United States, or at least it claims to be the very first pizzeria in the United States. And it was really bad. It was the worst. It wasn't the worst pizza I've ever had, but it was thoroughly mediocre. I did not get like a single slice like to-go pizza. I really should have done that, but I'll get that next time, you know? Paladin! Yep, that's it. Lombardi's. It was a thoroughly mediocre pizza. Which... yeah. But there is a rice pudding place right near Lombardi's called Rice to Riches, and I typically am not a fan of rice pudding, but y'all should go there because it's delightful. It's a delightful restaurant that only serves rice pudding and has all kinds of different flavors, and it was incredible. And also, it has a bunch of like puns and things on the walls. It's good stuff. It's okay, I'm pizza racist too. Look, I'm not pizza racist. I like pizza. But Lombardi's was not it. I've heard that for like a decent like on the go single slice pizza I should have gone to Pizza Wagon. But yeah. Yeah, OS Crane. I had only ever had like the cardboard rice pudding. Now I had good rice pudding, and it's changed my perspective. Yeah, exactly. Technica. You gotta like light a match, throw it on the ground, and just follow where the grease line takes you. Yeah. Also, I was not expecting this, but so in Minnesota we have food trucks, right? And food trucks like have good food, right? But there are food carts. There are lots of food carts in New York City. And I was not prepared for how fucking good the street meat smells. Okay? I've been told it's a dangerous siren song that will lead you to a watery end, okay? Or 5. But like it smells incredible. Like basically you walk down the street and you walk by one of those carts, it's going to smell like the best thing you've ever smelled in your life. But you should not heed the smell, my friends. Do not be lulled into complacency by the delicious meat smells. Check the hands. If they're gloving up, you'll be fine. I've been told you only try a street cart meat food if you have a full day ahead of you with no plans. A full day ahead of you both like that day and the next day. Nah, heed the smell. Do it, do it, do it. God, half of chat is like nodding along with me. The other half is just like Thelma and Louising it over the edge. Oh, it was a really, really good trip, guys. Like I had such a good time, and I'm really excited that like we get to go back. It's like how food trucks that serve food do not get seafood at a food truck. It's a trap. Exactly. Exactly. Tapeworms have never smelled so good. Also true. When I was in New York having a midnight slice, I saw a garbage man lean out his window and yell at two girls making out that he wanted to smell their fingers. Good pizza. Okay, also, my partner and I got catcalled, but it was literally the most respectful catcall in like I've ever experienced in my life. You know, just a guy driving by in like a car, not a car, like a business truck of some kind. Just like honked the horn and like was like nodding and smiling at us. And like it was you know what? It's better than the cat calls I've received in Minnesota, okay? It's more respectful than any cat call I've ever gotten in Minnesota. Cause like that guy's not expecting anything in return. He's driving the fuck away. He's working. If it matters, pizza sucks in Italy. That's true. I have heard that, and the pictures I've seen confirm it. A gentleman's perv? Exactly. You know, the bar is not very high, fellas. Where'd you go? Late bloomer. Late bloomer, I went to New York City. Also, having now been to LA and New York, I do have to say I prefer the architecture of New York. Like, how do I put this? Like, Los Angeles sprawls, right? Like it just goes. But like a lot of the sprawl is like 1 or 2 story tall buildings, you know? New York just goes as well. But like the buildings are tall, man. Like it's there's height going around, you know? And so like you wind up looking around if you get to like a high point, and it's just like these really tall, cool looking buildings. A lot of them built like, I don't know, like 100 years ago. And they're cool. I loved looking at the buildings in New York City, and I know that like a lot of people might not care about that. I thought it was neat. Hey, Hypno Amber. New York City was built before suburban design was a thing, and we killed dense housing in favor of racism. True. Also, okay, hot take, not hot take, just take. I like the fact I'm from the Midwest, okay? Like practically everywhere I look, it's white people. I liked that was not the case in New York City. You know, it was a good blend of all kinds of different people talking all kinds of different languages. I thought that was cool. You know, like even in the place we were staying was like a relatively inexpensive hotel in Brooklyn, and like one day like I'm going down the elevator and like these two people get in, and they're like Irish people, and they're arguing about like the future of their business and like how you're in America now. He's trying to control the business. Like there was like some sort of like business drama going on over there, and like I get off and like I'm walking down the street and there's like a couple French people walking by having a conversation. You know, there's like two Italian men yelling at each other from either side of the street. You know, like you walk in, there's like it was neat. I liked it. It was good. That would have been me. Yeah, that also, not to call out any Italians. Why y'all constantly naming your children Joey? Okay? Why that Joe, Joseph, Joey? There are other names, guys. All right. I'm sorry. All right. The Irish guy? No, the Irish guy looked like like he belonged on an episode of Succession. In LA, we got that too. It's just mainly Spanish. That's true. I like that about LA as well. Like, I don't dislike LA. Don't get me wrong. I just... It was also nice how condensed everything is. Like, LA, it's hard to get to a lot of places. It doesn't have, like, the transit options New York does. Are you on TikTok? My TikTok exists. It's not updated. I live in a predominantly Italian area. I don't think I've ever met a Joe. Well, go to New York City, okay? There's literally everyone's named Joey. Joe. Joe. Joseph. I like the trees in LA more than the buildings. Yeah, like LA definitely has like a lot more green space, which I appreciate about it. I'm not going to America. I don't have a death wish. Well, I feel like on that note, we have to start actually talking about content, huh? So, folks, also, I need to get water, I think, before we get into content. But I will say, first of all, Tipster, thank you very much for the raid once again. And I hope you had a great stream. And y'all should go follow Tippy, okay? Get on the Tippy boat. And we've now been going for over an hour. Consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and we are going to be getting into a whole lot of content. I got a show planned, okay? You know, I literally flew in a few hours ago, just got home, but we're doing a show, okay? We got too much to talk about. We got too much to talk about. And we'll get to the Texas border, but we're gonna talk about a few other things first. All right. Oh, I didn't prep that portion of the stream. That's gonna get booted to tomorrow, maybe. All right. Along with this one. Okay. I am going to go and get some water, and I will be back in a couple seconds, I guess. But I'm still going to throw up the BRB screen. Y'all can deal with it! Hello, everybody. We're back. I have water. Good night, winners and losers. Where get top? I got this from Doll's Kill. It's actually like a baby doll dress. That I actually wore this dress the first time I met my partner on like a real date, and is nice. I like your mug. Yeah, you can buy this over on the Riverboat merch shop. It was on Doll's Kill like I don't know, 4 years ago. The famous nacho date. Yep. Yeah, you probably shouldn't shop from Doll's Kill. Shop from Killstar. If I remember correctly, that Killstar is the preferable company. Honestly, don't shop fast fashion. They're all dog shit. But that's good luck. You know. The vacation must have helped. True. I also yeah. I just want the fabric. You can probably find it on Poshmark. People saying that Doll's Kill is bad. Doll's Kill like has some scummy business practices, which basically all fast fashion has. The owner's very racist. I wish that was also unique to Doll's Kill. But yes, that is also extraordinarily true. Now time for a succession of existential dread. You betcha. What shall we talk about? We're going to be talking about the border crisis. We're going to be talking about the struggle for worker rights. We're going to be covering a few smaller stories as well. Get your pants on. We going. Thought about 2 more things, though. One thing that I didn't like about New York, bathrooms are fucking impossible to find. Okay? If you're like just walking around exploring, good luck finding a place to pee or take a shit. Okay? Good luck. You got to go into a restaurant, pay $60 for food you don't want in order to take a shit. There's an app for that? It shouldn't need to be an app for that. You shouldn't need an app to figure out which place will let you shit there. It's very frustrating. Oh, you thought the Starbucks would have a bathroom? Nope. Guess again. You're walking another block. We need like a hobo graffiti for toilets. Yeah, honestly. Simple, I don't shit in public. But that's a great solution, right? You pee at your workplace. You shit on the company time. You go home and you pee in peace, right? But if you're there to like explore and look at things, it's really hard to do that and stay hydrated at the same time. I've been a dehydrated bitch for like the last 5 days, and my brain is angry. It literally needs my partner and I, the last day we were in New York, spent like our last night there like just drinking tons of water because we needed it so that we weren't grumpy. Starbucks, yeah, well, Super Jet Guy, Starbucks stopped letting people use the bathroom without paying. Yes. But that's true in most cities. In New York, they just don't have a bathroom for like most of the places that you would expect, like a Dunkin' Donuts to have a bathroom or something, or a Starbucks to have a bathroom. They don't have bathrooms for people in the public. They have bathrooms for the employees, but if you're in there to like, you know, drink a cappuccino, you're gonna have to pee somewhere else, bucko. Did I have some of the delicious tap water? I did. I think. The hotel we were staying at had like a water dispenser. I assume that was tap water, but no idea. The reason we wound up going to Lombardi's in the first place was to use the bathroom. And we wound up paying like $60 to politely eat a couple pieces of pizza so that we could say we had it and use their bathroom. It was by far I need to pay my partner back for that. That was the worst. That was the worst. I have several reasons to hate Lombardi's.
They have two choices: either I pee on the bathroom or on their shoes.
I mean, they're just gonna call the cops or shove you out the door and have you pee on the street. Also, if you're in New York, people are just gonna be like, yeah, piss yourself, you know, like. What's your take on bathrooms being paywalled? Well, like, obviously in an ideal society, we wouldn't need to do that. But I feel like the reason we do it is because, like, basically to deter, like, homeless people from using your bathrooms, right? Like, partly, like, the paywalling of bathrooms, I think, is largely, like, a knock-on effect of just not addressing homelessness adequately. You know, like, we could solve the problem by providing housing, but I mean, it's to deter homeless people from, like, being in your establishment and scaring away business, and also to, like, save money, because if you're opening your bathroom to the public, then you have to, like, clean the bathroom a lot more. You gotta, like, provide, like, toilet paper and, like, paper towels and, like, all the other things, you know?
New York City is nothing without pizza. Toilets.
Micah, thank you for the $5 dono and for the brilliant idea of pizza toilets. Y'all, you all can use your imaginations to figure out what pizza toilets would be like. New York City is nothing without our pizza toilets. We demand the people demand the pizza toilets. The children yearn for the pizza toilets. I missed ranting at you guys about inane shit. It's okay. RM Brown is a cool dude. Blood and soil in toilets. Man, if you got blood and soil in your toilet, you got a real problem on your hands. Aw, I missed you guys too, Drago. Hey, Spectral Pyre. Alright. Content time, baby. Alright. So, of course, we have to talk a little bit about the New Hampshire primary. Which, we got some pretty straightforward results.
There is only one question you need to answer. Are pizza toilets stuffed crust?
I don't need to answer that question. I'm starting this segment over again. So of course we have to talk a little bit about the primary results, right? Like, it's not surprising. Donald Trump won by a mile. Nikki Haley basically poured her entire campaign into New Hampshire. Did fairly decently, gave Trump a run for his money, especially with DeSantis out of the race, but could not pull off a New Hampshire win, which is not at all surprising. And honestly, there's not a whole lot to talk about here. But we do have to talk a little bit about the biggest upset of the New Hampshire primary, which is that Vermin Supreme has officially overtaken Vivek Ramaswamy as a more popular presidential candidate in the in the primary. And I think I think we should all applaud Vermin Supreme for his incredible upset and victory over Vivek. Beating him up by almost by 0.4%. Like that is a sizable victory, okay? I love Vermin Supreme. We all do, okay? Vermin Supreme, of course, is the man who runs for office every presidential cycle with a boot on his head, and he's just a nice little silly little guy. Okay, I feel like maybe scrolling through his Twitter is dangerous, but you know, dude's all right, probably. I don't know much about his politics, but yeah. He's a silly little guy. Still can't believe Vermin Supreme got second in one of the Libertarian primaries a few elections ago. Yeah. Can I get like a good video clip? Vermin Supreme video. Oh, here he is a month ago. Just real quick.
Richard Rist will prevent the zombie apocalypse.
Thank you very much. We got to move on. Thank you very much. I don't know if this qualifies as a lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire, but next candidate, you're up, sir.
My fellow Americans and others, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Horse Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their dimension there, we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an existential threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right.
That almost sounds like he might be making some sort of allegorical point there. I can't quite grasp it though.
You have to wrap it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme. Moving down to the next table.
Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme. Ah, God. What a little rascal. He's just a little guy. It's his birthday. He's a little bean. He does this every election cycle, and you would think it would get old. You would think it would be like irritating, like, oh man, this guy again. Ugh, this Joker. But like, nah, he's great. He wants you to brush your teeth and maybe not be so supportive of bombing innocent people in other countries. You know, like, a good dude. A good dude. I'm honestly shocked that was the first clip that we found. That was from a month ago. That was an actual C-SPAN covered like statement from him. That's incredible stuff. 10 out of 10. No notes. Also, he wants every American to have a pony. Well, yeah, you need a pony in order to get to work. And in times of emergency, have their precious, precious pony meat. Robot unicorn drones versus orcs would be a killer power metal ballad. Yeah. All right. Also, folks, we did it. We have a ruling on the the second defamation case against Donald Trump on behalf of E. Jean Carroll. So for those of you who do not know the details of this case, essentially, I'm going to boil it down real quick. Essentially, E. Jean Carroll alleges that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her in a department store in the 90s and is now like took him to court over it because she claimed this in his book. He began publicly just slandering her character, like going crazy, defaming her character might be more accurate. And she sued him and won already. Like the in civil court, they found that like it's likely that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. That obviously there's no criminal verdict in this case for a number of reasons. What like it being like outside of the statute of limitations and like there being like no definitive evidence, like there's no direct evidence of it, but she won about $5 million from that first case in damages. And then Donald Trump continued to defame E. Jean Carroll, which was a really bad idea on his part, because the new ruling has been handed down. The jury finds Trump must pay $83.3 million to E. Jean Carroll. He went from paying her $5 million to almost $100 million. $83 million. Yeah, like he I don't understand.
Ooh, look at that. Another BWATTON.
Oh, Beef Torkunk. Hello. Where have you been all my life? And Penny, thank you for gifting Beef Torkunk a sub. That's very kind of you. The prosecutor in a criminal case is the plaintiff, not the victim, unfortunately. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm messing up some terminology. But, like, it's crazy to me that, like, he lost the civil suit incredibly badly. It's not a good look for him to be constantly in court cases against a woman who's like, you raped me in the 90s and then like dragged my name through the mud. And he's like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to double down and drag you through even more mud. Is his crap actually catching up with him? Well, Sam Powell, considering he has to pay like almost $100 million to this woman, and it's a completely avoidable circumstance, I would say yes. Yes, it is. Yes, in total, $88 million, which I don't think I don't think that includes court fees. You know, like that he incurred himself. Like, this is crazy. Nindreen, how you doing? Missed you, girl. That's a lot of Filet-O-Fish. Yeah, that's for sure. Archangel, hello! They're all crisis actors. I mean, my goodness. Let's see. Some of the updates from CNN. She feels that she got justice from the jury today. E. Jean Carroll's attorney says, yeah, I bet. I almost don't have the adjectives to describe it, Roberta Kaplan said when asked about how Carroll responded to the verdict. She is overjoyed, she cried, she showed more emotion, and I've known her for a long time now than I've ever seen her show. She feels that she got justice from the jury today and from the court. She feels she really stood up, and she has stood up for almost every woman who's been defamed, who's been kicked down, who's been shut up, she added. I think she feels she really played a part in making things better for women everywhere. Nice. Yeah, Trump, by the way, walked out of the courtroom during closing statements. He wanted to give his own closing statement. Did we get footage of his closing statement? Trump closing statement. It was going back and forth for a bit over whether he'd be allowed to give a closing statement. Yeah, like Trump storms out of court as closing arguments begin in the E. Jean Carroll defamation case from earlier today. Yeah. Stormed out of closing arguments at his defamation trial Friday as a lawyer for E. Jean Carroll urged a jury to award at least $24 million in damages for the storm of hate. So just as an FYI, the lawyer was like, oh, we need at least $24 million in return for these damages. They gave her $83 million. That's crazy, dude. Just minutes after attorney Roberta Kaplan began her closing arguments in the Manhattan federal court, Trump suddenly rose from his seat at the defense table, walked towards the exit, pausing to scan the packed courtroom as members of the Secret Service leaped up to follow him out. My goodness. Holy shit. The unexpected departure prompted Judge Lewis A. Kaplan to speak up, briefly interrupting the closing argument to note, the record will reflect that Mr. Trump just rose and walked out of the courtroom. The walkout came only minutes after the judge, without the jury present, threatened to send Trump attorney Alina Habba to jail for continuing to talk when he told her she was finished. You are on the verge of spending some time in the lockup. Now sit down, the judge told Habba, who immediately complied. My God. How does Trump still have her as a lawyer? She's literally one of the worst lawyers I've ever seen in my life. And I kid you not, guys. I kid you not. Republicans are currently on Twitter defending Alina Habba's, like, legal credentials by saying, well, she's hot, though. That's... I hope she stays his attorney through all of it, okay? I hope, I so hope that she stays his lawyer through all of this. You mean the girl with the ROG laptop? Yes, the Republic of Gamers laptop. That is Alina Habba, yeah. Can I find... I really... Yeah. Also, like, just for the extra, the extra point here. This is Trump's lawyer. Eat your heart out, Biden. And it's like, oh, well, that's cool. Like, she's, you know, looking okay in a bikini, I guess. But, like, what? That doesn't make you a good lawyer. Like, when it comes to being a lawyer, it doesn't matter how, like, handsome or pretty you are. You're still gonna wind up going to prison for life. Like, what are you doing? Also, I just need to point this out. This tweet has 2.8 million impressions, of course. One of the top comments on it, maybe not top comment, but one of the comments on it, is that a dude? They're literally transvestigating Trump's lawyer. The Republican Party is literally so far gone that they're like, well, yeah, she might not be great at law, but she's pretty banging though. But then they're like, but are we thinking that she's bangable? But then she is really a he, huh? And they're like starting like weird infighting with each other because they think she might be a trans lady. These people, how do these people like walk and chew gum at the same time? Are they capable of like patting their head and rubbing their tummy? Like what's the deal? she's a lawyer, the job of a man, which means she must be one too. This is the Republican Party is beyond parody. Republicans themselves are just so far removed from reality, they can't even like solidify around like being attracted to a lady as her only redeeming value to them. Like that's like I don't know, dude. Oh my goodness. So what if she's hot but she's an idiot? But that's the thing. They're desperate to cling on to anything about her to like claim that she's better than like Biden's legal team, which is the Justice Department. And also like his personal legal team, which I don't think has even needed to be called out yet. Like they're his personal legal team is inactive. Fellas, is it gay to do law? Fellas, is it gay to be attracted to a lady? Because apparently a lot of the transvestigators say yes. My goodness. I'm having a lot of fun with our intro stories. Anyway, Trump sucks. He has to pay almost $100 million because he can't stop lying about a lady who the court believes when she says that he sexually assaulted her. I don't know. I guess a lot of Republicans are shocked that the guy who bragged about grabbing women by the pussy is a sex creep, and you know the guy who's famously photographed like all the time with Jeffrey Epstein is maybe a sex creep. They're all caping for him right now, of course. Anyway, my goodness. You bought a house, Nindreen! Congratulations! It's about damn time. I'm really glad for you. That's a big deal. I know you've been in a weird limbo for a long time now. Congratulations. No longer homeless, baby. Pew, 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 pew. This is I don't know why this would be like celebrating, but that, you know, that's what I'm doing. Pew 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 pew. Uh-oh, wifey's on the way home and I've been drinking. Time to drink some water and maybe a coffee, Puffin' Joe. I don't know. Best of luck to you. Or hopefully you have booze for the wifey, and then there's no problem. I don't know. I got nothing for you. Best of luck. The guy who told a bunch of Boy Scouts about a sex party might be a creep. It's true. Haba doesn't realize she's working for free yet. I mean, like, when you're working for Donald Trump, are you even working for free? You're actively paying him to work for you. Like, you're actively paying him to work for him. Like, it's crazy. Like, you're giving him all of your credibility and, like, all of your, like financial well-being, and he's flushing it down the toilet faster than you can actually give it away to him. What about the new Texas secession? We're getting there. We're gonna get there, but we wanted to do some intro stories first. Before we do that, though, I wanted to talk briefly about workers, folks. The never-ending struggle for workers' rights continues. And we now have God's strongest warrior. A workin' union warrior. Whose name is Anne Hathaway. That's right, folks. Anne Hathaway walked out of a Vanity Fair photo shoot Tuesday morning in support of the Condé Nast union walkout. Hathaway was unaware of the work stoppage when she arrived at the New York photo shoot. She was still in hair and makeup when her team was notified by a staffer from SAG-AFTRA to advise Hathaway to support the work stoppage. Quote, "They hadn't even started taking photos yet. Once Anne was made aware of what was going on, she just got up from hair and makeup and left." We love working union woman Anne Hathaway, baby. Queen shit. Oh, what's that? What's that? You doing a work stoppage at Condé Nast? Oh. Then we're done with you, bozos. Time to take a day off. Time to hit up the nearest Starbucks. Gonna get caffeinated and go play World of Warcraft. Okay? Which is what I assume Anne Hathaway does with her time. Princess of Genovia? No. Queen of Genovia. Every union woman is a queen. It's true. It's true. Speaking of, I love this. Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan is doing great work, folks. Basically trying to make community college free in Michigan, as well as providing preschool childcare, essentially, for free. Like, my goodness. Like, talk about, like, a boon to the working class. If you actually give a shit about the working class, like, being able to, like, take the burden of childcare off of, like, working people so they can, like, go to their job without paying an arm and a leg, literally. Like, hey, amazing. On top of that, once that kid gets older, they can now go to college for free and get job training that they need to, like, enter the workforce and be, like, super productive and stuff. Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Whitmer is doing great, and Michigan, the electorate in Michigan is still, like, on a knife's edge, but, like, the more good shit that she does, the better, as far as I'm concerned. You know, take the state as far left as you can get, because as soon as conservatives come along, they're going to try and destroy everything. They're just going to take a wrench and beat the shit out of every kind of reform you try to pass, right? But, like, yeah. Whitmer promised Wednesday to make the state's free preschool available to all 4-year-olds, regardless of family income, 2 years ahead of schedule. In her annual State of the Union address, Whitmer also said she would urge lawmakers to expand an existing program that provides free tuition to community colleges. The current program is for people ages 21 and up. Whitmer wants to make it available to students graduating from high school. Those were two of the biggest ideas Whitmer pushed during a speech that was heavy on ideas but no specifics on how the proposals would be funded. More details are expected when she presents her budget proposals to lawmakers, likely in February. All right? So basically, the concept of this story, of these proposals is that, like, oh, where's the money going to come from? It's gonna come from, like, taxing the wealthy who have been dodging their taxes. It's going to come from going after wealthy tax dodgers. Okay? People who are already not paying their taxes, who are millionaires and richer, right? So it's going to come from them. And it's also going to come from people who are able to work more and also get better jobs as a result of not having the burden of childcare, and also are getting better trained faster and earlier, right? Like this is a no-brainer. Like you're going to generate more tax revenue if you have an educated workforce. You're going to generate more tax revenue if you free up a portion of your workforce that would otherwise be tied up doing at-home childcare for free. You know? Like, sounds like the psychos who tried to kill her ended up radicalizing her. Yeah, no, Spitfire. I was just going to bring that up. Gretchen Whitmer. Like, I think a lot of people forget. There was a crazy militia movement that was going to bomb bridges and kidnap her and execute her out in the woods of Michigan. Like, there was a coordinated militia planning to attack and kidnap her. And, like, I think you guys need to know that Republicans react violently against people who actually try to move the world in a good direction, you know? It's crazy. It's crazy. They still want her dead, by the way. Like, a lot of Republicans in Michigan hate Gretchen Whitmer. And it's crazy because she's out there busting her ass to, like, change policy that will actually help the working class. And I need you guys to understand, Republicans do not give a shit about the working class. Not a single solitary one. Okay? Not a single one. They put like any kind of health benefits that you might get on the chopping block. If you look at what Republicans are doing around America right now, it's things like this, okay? It's things like this Florida House committee trying to approve 16 and 17-year-olds for over for working 30 hours a week on school nights. Having 8 hour plus long shifts on school nights. They're trying to put literal high schoolers to work in factories. Oh yeah, Republicans care so much about the working class. You know, Republicans love the working class so much. Here's a bunch of inexperienced young people whose brains haven't even finished developing, who aren't even done with basic school education yet. Here's a bunch of young people to throw into like your meat grinders. And you know, you might say, "Oh, Jack, it can't be like a literal meat grinder, could it?" No, I mean like literal meat grinders. Like there are stories coming out now from these states where like children are getting stuck in the machinery and having like their limbs like amputated. Yeah, like this is just from like the other day. Construction company fined $150,000 after teenage worker's double leg amputation. The firm was assessed the maximum penalty for allegedly allowing a worker to operate equipment without proper training and experience. And I need to remind you, the maximum penalty for working a child and them getting trapped due to your negligence in heavy machinery and losing 2 of their limbs is $150,000. That's nothing. That's nothing. Okay? The Washington State Department of Labor and Industries fined Vancouver, Washington construction company the maximum penalty after a 16-year-old had to have both legs amputated from injuries sustained on the worksite. The teenage boy was operating a walk-behind trencher when he was dragged under the blade, sustaining severe injuries that eventually led to a double leg amputation. Rachi Inc. was allegedly allowing him to use the machine without supervision or adequate safety measures, the department alleged. The company did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Crazy. This tragedy should never have happened, and this young man's life will never be the same. Craig Blackwood, assistant director of the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries Division of Occupational Safety and Health, said in a statement, "Employers with young workers should look after our children as they would their own. When they fail to keep a young worker safe, it's a violation of the community trust." Or, no, this is in Washington, by the way. This is in Washington. Okay? How did they get a 16-year-old? One might say. Washington's youth employment laws specify which duties are prohibited for workers under 18 years of age. While Rachi had a student learner permit exemption that let minors do some work typically prohibited, operating the walk-behind trencher was not included. The teenager was working with the company as part of a work-based learning program, allowing the students to earn credit while gaining work experience. So basically, what happened in Washington was companies lobbied the state government to allow children into the workforce. And basically said, we won't put the children in harm's way. Scouts honor, you know? And turns out, maybe child labor is bad. Maybe you shouldn't create a loophole that allows children to work for class credit. Like, I don't know. It's crazy that we are bringing back like the child workforce. Like people were just like, oh yeah, you know, we haven't had child labor for a while. Surely companies would treat children well in 2024. They would never do anything bad to children for a profit. We need an amendment to the Constitution that recognizes the rights of children. Honestly, we do, Smelanie. We need we need legal protections for children that like companies can't lobby to change. I mean, like, holy shit. Here's part of a teacher attending this Florida hearing to talk about the effects overworking has had on the children in her class.
Hi, my name is Emily Greist, and I'm a teacher with Hillsborough County Public Schools. In my second period class every day, I have a student who routinely comes in and cannot stay awake. He's talked to me after class and explained that he's so sorry, but he's been working late and long hours and physically cannot stay awake. His grades are slipping in all of his classes, and he's not able to prioritize his education because of his working hours, which is necessary to help his family. If this is happening with our current laws, I don't want to imagine the negative impact that this is going to have on him and other students if this bill is passed. I ask that you consider the impact that this will have not only on my student, but education and future, but the thousands of other students who are in this similar position. Hi.
I mean, there's a couple different levels to this, right? But like, the joke is like, oh, children yearn for the mines, right? The joke being like, oh, children play Minecraft because they yearn for the mines. But like, some people unironically believe that children just want to work. They just want to contribute to society. And it's like, no. They want to go to school and learn. Sometimes they want to work. But like, for the most part, the children who want to work want to help their families because their families are economically struggling. So what the loopholes do when you allow children to work. By the way, children as young as 14. Some of these states are lobbying for children as young as 14 years old to work full time. You know? And they are not they aren't really desiring to work. They want to help their families. They want their mom to be able to afford that organ transplant. They want their papa to be able to afford chemo. They want their family to be able to afford to live in their crappy apartment. And in order to help make that happen, they work full-time in addition to going to high school, or in some cases even middle school, I guess, in America, because America's a hellscape. Here is an Indiana lawmaker trying to justify letting bosses schedule 14-year-olds work for 30-hour work weeks during schools, during school weeks, you know?
Violating federal law. So
great. Senator Zay, you had a question.
We try and move bills. We try and legislate based on data. And today we've had the gracious opportunity of having real-time data right here amongst us, and that's these 3 young children that just testified. You had one that said she couldn't even look at a teacher in the eye, that has now grown with her work experience to be able to engage eye contact with a customer, likely carrying that same experience into her educational experience. I don't know that we asked all of them their GPA, but one stated a GPA in excess of 3.6 or at 3.6. So we have students that are taking the real world application, which is a lot of what we're talking about in our workforce development, having, and I think our other testimony was that they're learning skills, they're getting criteria that gets into some of our certifications that we actually want for our kids to have as they graduate high school. I'm a little dumbfounded that you would come out in opposition to this when this is actually a tool, as I see it, that is supporting everything we have going on in education.
Yeah, how could you possibly come out against allowing companies to work children for 30-hour work weeks during the school year? How could you possibly be against having children work practically full-time hours while also going to school? I just don't understand. That's crazy. You know, a couple of these kids are very, very smart. When I hear this, all I can think of is like, I don't know, a mine operator from like the 1800s talking about how, you know, after you beat the kids a little bit, they understand their place. You know, you beat the kids, they understand their place. And then their tiny little hands can just reach places that our big meaty adult hands can't. You know, they get into the gears, the machinery. You know, they're able to like place the charges real deep into the rock fissures. You know, they're very useful to have around. Sure, some of them blow their hands off. I mean, sure, some of them go home at the end of the day and just collapse from exhaustion. And sure, most of them will die by the time they're 20 years old from black lung. But you know, they just want that. They're smart. They're smart kids. They're building character. It's crazy, dude. They're using the same argument. Yeah, the loom requires child sacrifice. They treat children the same way I imagine they would treat like robots. You know, they imagine children are basically just little cogs in a machine. You know? No, but like honestly, regions of the North, like honestly, these people think that it is good to groom kids in order to be obedient little wage slaves, you know? They think that they think that, you know, if you start raising them up at 14, they'll learn to appreciate that our state minimum wage is lower than the federal minimum wage. You know, like that's what they believe. That they think that.
Education, where we are taking students that maybe don't have some of the skills, they're not getting some of those experiences in school that they're getting in the real world and in the workplace, that is honestly making them better students. And so how do you rectify that conflict where you have the workplace
Yeah, you know, nothing makes a student better at school than using all of their spare time to go to work at the Pizza Hut. You know, nothing makes a student more intent on their studies than spending every waking hour that they have working for $7.50 an hour. You know, it's so you know, I know that if I was a child right now working, I know I would do better at school by going, you know, clocking in every day at the local Hardee's in order to, you know, help my mom make ends meet. It would be a real, you know, I'd get all my homework done in the non-existent amount of time I have left outside of work. And, you know, it'd be great. I don't get any benefits because I'm a child. I get treated like shit because I'm a child and don't have any way to know how to be treated, like what my worker rights are. You know, it's great. You know, it's certainly not going to take a negative toll on my mental health to be essentially working 2 jobs, you know, both student and worker, as a middle/high schooler. In Cali, it was really hard to get a job as a minor, as the majority of low-wage jobs are done by low-paid immigrants, including under-the-table pay, so they don't need kids. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. Kids deserve better. Undocumented immigrants deserve better. You know, people making minimum wage deserve better. And you know what? We can do better. I just get so infuriated by this because underneath all of this, listen to the voice in the back of your head that tells you we can do better than this. We can do better than forcing children who should be learning into low-wage jobs where they're just going to learn to be abused.
Supporting our schools, supporting the intent of our schools and the development of some of our schools' work, but you're opposing it.
For one, again, it's in violation of federal law. We're not trying to argue against anecdotal evidence of a few students that had a great experience. We're simply pointing out legal concerns with this bill, vetted by attorneys, and frankly, restructuring of the fundamental role of public education in this state.
Well, I would argue if we're doing the right thing, I'm not sure it matters. And I think, you know, at this point, and I'm working to change something.
Oh, I would argue that making 14-year-olds work is the right thing. Well, okay, where does that argument end? Does making 12-year-olds work? Is making 12-year-olds work, you know, the right thing? Is making 10-year-olds work the right thing? 10? 9? 8? 7? 6? My God. Oh, Big Ben, like corporations have been trying to circumvent child labor laws ever since we got child labor laws. Like, it's not, this isn't surprising. What's surprising is that this is now turning into, like, they want to turn those circumventions into legal loopholes. That's what's different here. The difference is that the power of these corporations has become so great that they're able to lobby the government into convincing ghouls like this to put forward bills that will basically just make it legal to have child wage slaves, you know? Effectively, child slaves. Like, let's be clear, right? Like, the reason a company would want to have, you know, a 14-year-old working there is so that they can underpay them, and because the child doesn't know their rights, so they can mistreat them. Like, that's why corporations lobby for that. I dropped out of high school in the middle of my senior year and was working 2 jobs at Taco Bell and McDonald's in Phoenix, Arizona. Was the youngest general manager in Phoenix, Arizona McDonald's history in 1987 and gave all my paychecks to my mom. Didn't get my GED until 91. However, I do not recommend this path. Yeah, like, it's not like this is the ideal life path for most people, you know? Most people would prefer to finish their schooling.
Some of that myself. There's some things going on in DC that simply need to be changed. And if this is one of it, I would throw...
There are some things going on in DC that simply need to be changed. And by that, I mean we need to be able to hire 5-year-olds in order to manufacture toys, okay? We need to recreate Santa's workshop, except instead of immortal elves, we need actual toddlers, all right? just have a mom pop them out onto the assembly line. By the end of the week, we'll have them working. All right, their little baby cries will power the machines at the factory. Like, this guy is so far gone, and he's not far off from the mainstream Republican Party. Okay, genuinely, they believe that this sort of thing builds character.
Throw out all the book of regulation of employing our youth, because I think, as we heard and as we've heard testimony on, the value in the workplace experience is making our students better students, not worse.
Okay, well, we've stated our position, so thank you.
Additional questions for the witness? Senator Lysy.
Just one, Mr. O'Neill, can you tell us
Just absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, it's a Republican wet dream, but I think it's important for us to realize that the reason it's a Republican wet dream to legalize and allow for child labor again is specifically because it serves the bottom line of corporations who've been salivating to bring children back into the workforce officially for the last, like, 150 years, you know? Thanks, Puffin Joe. Appreciate it. Good luck with the wifey. And I just wanted to, like, contrast all of this with, like, what our worker movement is doing right now, like, both globally and at home. And I think there's hope, you know, like, in the face of all of that awfulness, there's hope, right? Mainly what I'm thinking about right now is the demonstrations in Argentina, okay? These are some of the largest worker demonstrations in Argentinian history and in the world, right? Like, over 1 million people turning out to protest new president Javier Milei's just awful policies. And again, to reiterate, just so all of you know, we're all on the same page about Argentinian President Javier Milei. He talks favorably about the time period during which Argentina was a dictatorship. He is an unironic anarcho-capitalist who dresses up as an anarcho-capitalist supervillain. He also believes in his anarcho-capitalist policies because he conducts seances with his dogs. I am not joking. He does seances with his dogs to get his political prescriptions and policy decisions. His first lady is his sister. His dogs are clones, actually. They're all cloned dogs of his first dog that gave him political advice. And he believes himself to be a reincarnated gladiator from Rome, and believes that his dog was a reincarnated lion from the gladiatorial arena that he fought at one point until they both stared into each other's eyes and came to an understanding that they were soul-bound together for eternity. And then they found each other again in this life. And this is the guy who has been single-handedly gutting the entire Argentinian economy and social system. Like, he has been, his entire premise, he ran with the chainsaw ads. Like, he would wave a chainsaw around crazily to indicate how much he was going to cut the government. And he has just been cutting so many social services from the Argentinian government that it is tanking the Argentinian economy, okay? And so in response, workers are mobilizing to protect their rights because obviously an anarcho-capitalist cannot abide unions and worker power. So we have scenes like this playing out. This could be America, folks. Like this is made possible because they have union power in Argentina. And the material conditions have degraded so much that the unions have banded together to create an ongoing protest. And yeah, apparently the number of people protesting is 1.5 million. More footage. Like, we have the ability to stop bad policies. And I think it's really, I know that sounds really basic, but like, we in America should take heart from the Argentinian protests. They are currently facing a far worse governmental situation than we are in the United States, and they're able to mobilize far more workers in order to accomplish their political goals, right? Like, we need to continue building union power in America as much as we possibly can. And I think that we can take some hope in the fact that there are these strong union movements in other countries that are allowing them to exert this type of political power, right? Now, obviously, there are a lot of things that stand between U.S. workers and achieving that kind of large-scale worker movement, but there are a lot of signs that we are changing it slowly but steadily here in the U.S., okay? One of the points I want to reference is the fact that in Massachusetts, it is actually illegal for teachers to go on strike. The government made it illegal for them to strike. And yet, earlier this week, despite the fact that the union has now been fined almost $400,000 so far, and that those fines are escalating every day, teachers have still gone out on strike for better working conditions. Nope, you're not going to get me with the music. Teacher strikes in Massachusetts are banned, but when teachers are underpaid and overworked, there's no choice, so educators in Newton went on strike last week for better pay, lower student-staff ratios, etc. So, at the point this video was taken, the fine was $200,000. It's now $400,000. It is going to be likely in the millions if the strike is not resumed soon. But they're doing it, dude. We can do this. We can actually have a better future. There are always a million, uncountable reasons why we can't make things better, right? Countless reasons why we can't make things better. That's been true forever. That's true all of the time. It's true when you just think about making improvements in your own life. You have countless reasons to not do that. But I think it's really important for us to know that we could. You know, in the face of innumerable reasons to not fight to make things better, we could still choose to fight. We need universal health care and better social programs if people lose said job. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? We're moving there. It's not nearly fast enough, but we are moving there, you know? California is introducing a legislation to pass effectively a universal health care program within California. It's getting better, but people need to fight for it. And I want everyone who watches my channel to know that we can fight and we can win. And just one more thing, right? And this was just really great. One of the leaders of the most successful union project going right now is, of course, UAW's Shawn Fain. And I'm sure many of you have already seen this clip. But I applaud this man for his bravery and sincerity and for his speaking of truth to power. And I genuinely fear for his safety. The more prominence he gets and the more he continues to say the truth, the more dangerous it gets for him and his family, to be quite honest with you. But here he is a few days ago saying what I think is true and necessary. So,
something that's not talked about a lot, but it's very significant, is we set a new contract deadline for May the 1st, 2028, May Day, International Solidarity Day. We did this for two reasons. I've always thought in my walk as a union rep that September was the worst time in the world to be going out on strike because sales start lagging when we get into the winter months. May made a hell of a lot more sense. But it also made sense to do it in a unified approach. We got to get back to the days, we got to pay for our sins of the past. Back in 1980, when Reagan at the time fired the PATCO workers, everyone in this country should have stood up and walked the hell out. We missed the opportunity then, but we're not going to miss it in 2028. That's the plan. We want a general strike. We want everybody walking out, just like they do in other countries.
I mean, yeah. The United States can be just as good as other countries. I believe in that. That's a low bar. I think we can achieve that bar. You know? He's the real deal. And I mean, we'll see if we can get it by 2028, but if we can't get it by 2028, let's get it by 2030. 2032. Let's keep fighting. Make it bigger. Make it better. Every year. Honestly, every year, May Day. Workers should not go to work on May Day. That hot take. Let's build May Day into a general strike holiday to remind us we have that power, you know? Sean Fain has been pushing the 2028 contract deadline with other unions for a while now. I believe he's the guy to get it done. Well, that's the thing, right? This is what's frustrating to me as like a lefty, right? In this space. How many of you guys heard about the general strike for Palestine? Did anyone hear about that? Did anyone hear about it in time to actually do any preparation for it and like be able to do that safely? Because most people heard about it like a day or two before the proposed strike day. It was basically started as a thing on TikTok. And even when it started on TikTok, like the proposed date was like a week away, you know? And like, that's not how you do a general strike. A general strike takes preparation. It takes years of coordination. It takes work. You can't just declare a day and make it so.
That's it. We need a workers' culture instead of corporate culture.
We do. I agree. Thank you for the $5 dono. But like, you can't just be like, oh yeah, October 26th. That's a general strike. Haha. No, you have to actually reach out to other unions. Reach out to like other workers. You gotta do the work. You gotta put it in, because a union isn't just like a social media apparatus, though it can serve as that sometimes. A union is also a support network and a support system, a support apparatus that allows workers some degree of protection from corporate retaliation. Unions are a vehicle to push back against corporate power. And without that, you're just asking random people to assume this risk. And to be completely honest with you, when workers are assuming that risk and they're bottom of the rung on the company, they're just going to get cut. They're just going to get cut and replaced with another worker who never heard about the general strike. You know? What it takes is what Sean Fain is doing. Coordinating with other unions, setting like a 2028 timeline with other major unions, which means that all the unions, by necessity, will be negotiating in 2028. And when things go poorly, there's going to be a level of coordination between all of these union heads that will allow for coordinated general strikes to actually occur, potentially, starting in 2028. And even if it doesn't lead to a general strike, it builds solidarity between these other worker organizations and allows for that possibility to grow in the future. He's putting in the work with prominent organizations that are also putting in the work. It's not just pulling a date out of your ass and posting it on social media. There's a difference. Okay? And Shaka Cho Arroyo, I saw your comment on California universal healthcare. I should have been more careful. Single payer healthcare. So back in October of last year, we covered this a little bit. Newsom signed a bill that basically covers everyone under CaliCare. Yeah, basically the bill he signed is kind of being incrementally used to cover more and more Californians. Yeah. I believe the bill that he signed in October of this year covered all undocumented Californians. So basically anyone in California. So it's not like, oh, you got universal healthcare in California, but like it's not nothing. It's actually a lot more than most states have. It can also be like kind of a bedrock for expanding that legislation to become effectively a single payer system. Some capitalist leaders are corrupted, which kind of hinders change as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. The nature of capitalism is corruption, right? When the fundamental driver of your economy is profit motive, like the profit motive is going to be at odds with any democratic control on the accumulation of profit, right? Like that's not hard to wrap your head around, right? So like, yeah, capitalist leaders are going to be corrupted. That is that almost goes without saying, but like, you know, a lot of people just don't think about it and know that. But at the end of the day, we have to work with the tools we have, even if they're flawed. And the goal is to make things better as much as we can in every situation we can until the day we die. That is our struggle, right? Anyway, folks, we've been going for about 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. I know we're doing a very late stream tonight, but we got content to do, baby. And we are 1 like away from hitting 50 likes on the YouTube stream. Do your part. Go hit the follow button. Or hit the like button. I know you guys can. I believe in you. Okay? Believe in the me that believes in you. And hey, we got like 150 people watching. Not too shabby. Capitalism has exploits that need to be patched, or the system needs to be replaced. Well, I'm in favor of replacing the system, but you know, that's me. If you thought this was bad, oh boy. Oh yeah, I mean, like, things definitely were worse in the past, but the reason it got better was because people fought for it. You know? And one of the things, again, partly why I talk about how, like, in basic terms, that we can do it, is because I think a lot of people have been lulled into this negative complacency of, like, inaction. Because they don't think they have power. And I want to remind you guys, every single one of you, you have the power to improve your life, and you have the power to improve other people's lives. You have the power to improve society, especially in a democracy. And I think a lot of us forget that, both, you know, to as a coping mechanism to keep ourselves, you know, sane and safe, but also because there are powerful interests in this world that want to lull you into that complacency and inaction, you know? Hey, Ivy Nova. Graveyard shift at target. Best of luck to you. Civil rights never end. True. The battle for civil rights never ends. Also, folks, if you are enjoying the show, please consider dropping some subs or donos. This show is brought to you by viewers like you, so I appreciate any of the support you can throw my way, especially since this month we're operating on a crunch amount of time for streaming due to taking a week off for editing work and another week off for doing the lingerie fitting in New York. So I appreciate all of it and all of the support. Viewers like you, Malachi. Yeah, you. That's right. I'm pointing right at you, specifically, Malachi. My favorite quote from Bernie will forever be, you may say you want to give up, but that's exactly what the establishment wants you to do. He knows inaction is being complacent. True. Like me, like you, Smelanie, like you, Matatiahu. Okay, I'm glad we got through that worker rights story. Like we, Chen. Y'all are the cutest chatters on the internet, by the way. My favorite quote from Bernie Sanders is, "Give me back my mittens, you cuck." Give me back my goddamn mittens. Healthcare is a human right. I can't do a good Bernie, I'm sorry. Also, I don't have a whole lot to say about this. I just think this is sweet, you know? Will Ferrell made a documentary with his best friend who came out as trans. And, like, he went from literally knowing nothing about trans people to, like, learning everything he possibly could. And I just think it's really sweet, you know? I wish more people reacted like this to trans folks, you know? And it's really nice, especially with, like, the backdrop of, like, I don't know, Dave Chappelle, like, going complete, like, transphobe, doubling, tripling down on being a transphobe. Like, Will Ferrell, like, the second someone close to him is like, I'm trans, and, you know, I think we deserve maybe some rights and respect. He's like, oh, yeah, I should learn, you know, I'm going to learn everything about this, you know? Like, that's great. This is how everyone should be about trans people, you know? Okay, I also just had questions about this post. Just major tone shift. Major tone shift. I know a lot of you are people who are very online. What's the deal with this? Like, is this photoshopped or is it real? Like, what the hell is this? Destiny got on Twitter and said, "Oh my god, why the fuck are people so dramatic? This is horrifying that your friend traded awkward and cringe sexual DMs with a 19-year-old when she was only 15. Oh my god, the humanity. These people have no problems in their lives." Like, is this real? Is this the thing? I know he's had some extraordinarily like bad takes when it comes to like rape and sexual assault, etc. But like yeah, this is weird. I have Destiny blocked, so I don't know. Destiny blocked me, so you know, I don't know either. Maybe it's his divorce getting to him. Yeah, I don't know. I think defending sending sexually explicit messages to a 15-year-old is really weird. Gas leak at Destiny's house? Maybe. I didn't believe it at first, but wow. Couldn't take all the jack. Dude literally called me out once on Twitter and then like blocked me because I was replying to his like dipshit people in his community. The friend was 15. Yeah. For context, the Lady Emily situation, I think Lady Emily is like an editor for a prominent left-leaning YouTuber. I don't know which one. And Lady Emily made some allegations against like another YouTuber named Chihuahua or something like that. I'm not heavily invested in this drama, but apparently Chihuahua like sends weird messages about feet to people, and also more stuff came out after that like indicated that he's kind of into loli stuff, which is internet speak for children. So, yeah. Oh, she works for Sarah Z. Okay, Sarah Z's editor. Gotcha. So I don't know. With that context being said, like, I don't know, weird to be like, oh well, it's not that big of a deal if like an adult man is messaging a 15-year-old. I mean, yeah, I think that's fucking gross. Sorry. The freaky feet guy got worse. Yep, freaky feet guy got worse. And Destiny's fucking weirdo. That's all I really had to say about that. I was just asking if it was if that tweet was real. And people are seemingly confirming it. Okay. Let's have a little bit of a palate cleanser before we jump into the Texas border issue. All right. Now, folks, there's a guy. All right? There's a guy named Ben Shapiro, okay? Now, Ben Shapiro is all about facts and logic. He's been called the cool kids philosopher, known for his very philosophical takes like Arabs all like to live in sewage and bomb shit. You know, very, very high level thinking on his part. And there's another guy named Tom McDonald. And Tom McDonald is, I think, a musician. And I maybe a comedian. I think we covered a video from him last week on the stream where he tried to do comedy. I can't play the song due to copyright reasons. But I can show you the promo art for their I guess their now released collaboration music video. And it looks so bad. Oh my god. Oh, oh god. Oh my god, dude. I love the man, I've pointed this out before on stream, but I love the desperate attempts to continue rebranding Ben Shapiro in order to try and keep him relevant. And I feel like it's not working. I feel like it's not working even a little bit. Can I bring up? Yeah. Here's like part of his rebrand, right? Is just like he's being rebranded as Ben. You know, just Ben. And like my god, he looks like in these images, he looks like a poorly aged, like, I don't know, Paul Joseph Watson or something. Like, just like glowering at the screen. But then, like, they have like this weird friendly font for him, and like the like the signature on the side. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, Ben. Why? Why? Oh my god, I'm sorry, I just saw that he released a trailer for Invasion on the Southern Border. Okay, I didn't know that this existed. We'll have to take a look at that for our next segment. Obviously, this is we're putting this step one, okay? But this is all part of this weird rebrand to try and like make Ben Shapiro cool and like approachable, and he's neither of those things. And he's also not all about facts. I've watched enough of his content. He doesn't talk about facts. He talks about feelings all the goddamn time. And you know, this is real. This is from the music video, guys. This is just Oh yeah, there's a music video. Yeah, no, the music video's out, guys. It's real. This is it. This is the music video. It's I'm not gonna play the sound or anything. This is real. Look at that. Maybe I can play, like, I don't know, a couple seconds so you guys get a feel for what the music is. Here. WWBD. What would Ben do? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. So not playing the whole thing, but like basically from what I can tell, they got a corner of a warehouse and like, I don't know, spent like $200 on pawned VGA TVs and this weird little light cube, and that's the entire budget, and a green screen. That's the entire budget for the video right here. And then they got Ben looking so hard in his "facts don't care about your feelings" shirt that he's clearly only there to try and sell this sweatshirt, right? He's clearly here to sell this. Like, that's his job here. His job is to sell this sweatshirt that is literally so new. I don't know if you guys can see this. It's literally so new, and he does not care. This is the first time he's worn it, chat. This is the first time he's worn that sweatshirt. And you know how I know? You know how I know? It has creases on the arms. This is the first time he's worn that fucking sweatshirt. They did. By the way, I have not watched this music video. I have not listened to the song. He's been enough. Honestly, that would have been a funny... Will Kale, that would have been a funnier video to put out. It would have been a way funnier... Your joke right there is already a way funnier concept, a way better concept than what's here. If Ben Shapiro was doing like an alt-right, like, Beat Ken song, it would be... That's a winner. That's viral gold right there, okay? But no, they can't do that song. They can't have fun. No fun allowed. Do we get more Ben rapping?
Yeah, epic. Don't be a whack. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts.
Cool. Oh my god. Can I get... we're gonna go over the lyrics, okay? I'm gonna read the lyrics to you. Lyric analysis. Okay. Amazing. This is 10 out of 10 content right here. This is what you guys subscribe for, baby. Oh, that was the real... Oh my god, that was the single cover. This was the actual single cover. I thought, oh no. Oh baby, no. No. Why? Verse 1. They call me offensive, controversial. There's only two genders, boys and girls. Man, they literally can't stop thinking about trans people. We're 2 lines into the song, and it's already about trans people, dude. I swear, girl dick lives in their heads rent-free, okay? And it should. Girl dick is amazing. They can't cancel my message, 'cause I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. That can't possibly be true, right? That can't Tom McDonald can't possibly be the biggest independent rapper in the world. Come on now. Ben's wife watched his LARPing and has become more dry. Claim that I'm racist. Yeah, right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. Dude. What? Why would you write the first verse with a line that could very easily be interpreted to just owning that you're a racist? Why would you write this? Are you fucking with me? If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. I don't know, man. I feel like if your response to being called a racist is, oh, so you're saying every white person's racist? Well, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Like, I feel like if that's your response, Yeah, you're a racist, right? Like definitionally. like he genuinely believes that every Muslim's a terrorist. Like Ben Shapiro even makes arguments about how like Muslims are inherently more violent than like non-Muslims. Like that's a thing that they actually believe. Every liberal is right. I don't want to talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke, no hope. It's pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressives. Hey, that's us. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Wait, does that mean that you agree with the progressive options? Like, if you're, he's talking pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressives, but you ain't pro-gun. No one to protect it. But, so you think it should be protected? You think pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love should all be protective? I agree. Tom McDonald simultaneously writing a racist and woke song. My God. How does anyone look at Tom McDonald and take him seriously reading lyrics like this? Also, there are progressives who are pro-gun in the sense that like we have a Second Amendment. Like that, yeah. I know plenty of progressives who own guns. I mean, I guess I live in the Midwest. Maybe the people I know are different. Where are the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down. They all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. What? There are American flags all over the place, buddy. This is like if somebody made the Grandpa Simpson old man yells at cloud meme into a verse in a song. This is literally like a back in my day women knew their place type of rant. What? This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs. We ain't gonna overdose. I mean, statistically, that's just not true, Tom. Statistically, Republican men are among the most likely overdosers in the country. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We ain't pushing guns. What the fuck do you call the NRA, Tom? Ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. Ah, yes. Everyone knows Joe Biden's ho program. The one that turns the bitches into hoes. That you know, that's why they call him Ho Biden. Nailed it. The Joe Biden School for Thuggery. Joe's for hoes. God damn it. It was right there. Just the bad bitches, though. Okay. Now we're at the chorus. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream. You can riot in the streets. You defunded the police. Now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself, what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real. Facts don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man. I'm the man who don't respect you. So, okay. This just comes off as somebody who's incredibly insecure about their manliness. Men who are secure in their manliness don't need to say, I'm the man, I'm the man. No, this isn't the Ben verse yet. This is still Tom McDonald. Also, none of these ideas have anything to do with each other. You know, like usually in a song, you would write like words that have things to do with one another, or lines that have things to do with one another, right? Like I see skies of blue and clouds of white. You know, the bright sacred day and the dark, or the God, you know, it's a wonderful world song. You know that one. The words of that song all make sense together. This is like a Jackson Pollock painting of conservative talking points in audio form. Okay? There's nothing going on here. The cold blessed night, thank you. The bright sacred day, the cold blessed night. You know, those all have things to do with one another. So anyway, but this goes from I offended you, I don't care if I offend you, I was put here to upset you. And then like, you can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. And like, in the context of this song, it seems like he's saying if the police existed, which of course, I guess police don't exist anymore, because police budgets fell by like 1.5% over the course of 1 year, and then immediately recovered and have universally been going up ever since. But police no longer exist. And if they did exist, the police would protect you from being offended, which is not what the police do, actually. So it goes from like, oh, I don't care if I offend you, and then like, you defunded the police and now you're vulnerable. But also, I just need to point this out. I don't care if I offend you versus I hope I offend you. Well, then it sounds like you care about offending me, Tom. You can't simultaneously not care about that and then be hoping that you did offend, right? It's the same verse. It's literally 2 lines apart. I have an English literature degree, and I am glad I finally get to use it. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man. This is just you saying what your pronouns are. This is the conservative equivalent of he/him in Twitter bio, Tom. You're just doing it in a weirdly passive-aggressive way. What? Like, come on, dude. But again, how does defunding the like, I don't care if I offend you, relate to you defunded the police and now you're unprotected, to I hope I offend you and what would Ben Shapiro do? None of these points have anything to do with each other. My pronouns are man. God. Okay, now we're at the Ben Shapiro segment. Okay? It's verse 2. Ben Shapiro and Tom McDonald. Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo. My pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wap. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You're going to prison. I'm on television. Dog, no one knows who you are. keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section, all woke Karens. I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a billboard #1. All right. Okay, so at least Ben Shapiro here has a consistent verse, which is more than what Tom has been bringing to the table so far. Okay? But first, like, let's just go over this. Look at the stats. I've got the facts. He goes on to call Lizzo fat, which, like, I don't think Lizzo would disagree. I don't think Lizzo is walking around being like, yeah, I'm a skinny lady. Like, what are you talking? Okay. What? Like, what? What? Okay. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Like, my God. Everyone sound the alarm. Lizzo is a large lady. Oh my God. What a burn. How is this reality? I don't know. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wet ass pussy. Which I know that this is just a reference to him going viral for, like, reading out dryly the words to wet ass pussy. But, like, I do find it extraordinarily funny that in his song, he's literally calling for other people to not have wet ass P words. Like, dog, the running and recurring joke about WAP is that your wife is drier than the Sahara. That's the joke. The funny part about that is that you're so against wetness in the vagina, and here you are telling people not to get wet. You're basically just putting out an advertisement that you love vaginas that have the texture of sandpaper. I don't feel bad for Ben Shapiro's wife. She knew what she was getting into. And what she was getting into was a man who loves his dick shredded. My God. How is this reality? I genuinely don't know. Dried Chinas. Oh God. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap. I'm not gonna lie, this might be the most clever line in the entire song. We haven't gotten through it yet. But, like, at least there's, like, fun wordplay here. The main detractor from this is that Ben Shapiro says homie too much. Okay? And also dog. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wop. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap. Like, you can't be repeating words like that so much. Like, what are you doing? And dog down here. We got 2 dogs, 2 homies. Nah, too close together, okay? Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. I mean, we can tell you guys didn't blow money on the music video. That's for damn sure. You're going to prison. I'm on television. Who is this song addressing? Who are you talking? Who's, like, is this song dedicated to someone going to prison? If you're going to prison, why are you wasting your time watching a Ben Shapiro music video? Why? Who? Okay, I'm on television. All right, cool. Dog, no one knows who you are. I guess, like, he's trying to brag that people know who he is, but, like, people know who he is because he's, like, the whiniest little bitch on the internet, right? Sorry, I might be getting a little bit too hard for Ben Shapiro. Keep hating on me on the internet, gladly. My comment section, all woke Karens. I make racks off compound interest. I'm rich. Ha 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 ha. Nicki takes some. I guess he's talking to Nicki Minaj. Take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people downloading this. Let's get a Billboard #1. Why would Nicki Minaj need to take notes from you? Why? What is? Why would Nicki Minaj doesn't need your help to have a Billboard #1? Like, what? Nah, come on. Oh no, of course it's for his fans. But, like, his fans are also not going to, you know, all I'm saying is, in the context of the song, the lyrics make no sense. Like, consistently make no sense. Good golly, dude. Yeah, he's talking about Trump. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars, and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. Okay. Then we got, I don't care if I offend you. Okay. Oh my god, why? Okay. So we got another Tom chorus. We got the pre-chorus, Tom chorus. Then we got the bridge. You mad, you mad, you mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim. Well, I'ma be the man. Can I just real quick, man, how many times is this used in the song? Okay. It's used 3 times in the chorus, once in the bridge, and the chorus is used 3 times. So yeah, that's a lot. Anyway, I guess it's cool to be the victim. Well, I'ma be the man. You sad, you sad, you sad. You just try to get attention. Being triggered's all you have. You mad, you mad, you mad. Are we mad? 'Cause, like, this is extraordinarily funny and pathetic. You blame everyone else for every problem that you can. You sad, you sad, you sad. I will never say I'm sorry. I ain't taking nothing back. No one cares, dude. I don't care if Tom McDonald ever apologizes. Honestly, I don't think about or care about Tom McDonald at all. Other than when I see him, like, blasted on social media because he's putting out some dog shit song. Yeah, and that's it. Whew. Honestly, pretty great. It's a grooming anthem. It's not for us. Well, of course it's not for us, you know? Like, it's to, like, pump up the fans. But, like, I just want people to know, like, if they stumble across this, if you're a Ben Shapiro fan or a Tom McDonald fan, and you stumble across this, like, the thing you are enjoying about this is not it being good. The thing you're enjoying about this is that it hates the same people you hate. Like, that's what you're enjoying about the song. That's the fundamental appeal of the song. It's not the lyrical work. It's not the music. It's not the beat. It's not the rhythm. It's not the flow. It's not any of that. It's just because it hates who you hate. And it has a couple of people that you recognize in it. God damn. Also, just out of curiosity, this video is apparently by Nova Rockefeller. And I'm gonna look up who that is because I'm curious. Nova Rockefeller. Who dis? Okay. Canadian independent rapper, singer, writer, music video director. Born in Edmonton but raised in Jamaica. Heavily involved in the Edmonton music scene. Began rapping at the age of 15 when she was living in a group home. Moniker Nova Rockefeller was given to her one night during a party with other rappers who decided she needed a new name. Okay. She got big off of advertising her song on the Pirate Bay. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, she's Tom MacDonald's concubine. Okay, gotcha. Together with Tom MacDonald, they started the band GFBF and began writing music back in 2017. When MacDonald wrote Dear Rappers and became famous, Rockefeller poured herself into supporting him. She shot and directed all of his music videos after 2017. Okay. So his girlfriend directed this video, and just out of curiosity, just real curious here. Okay. Tom MacDonald net worth. Okay, Tom MacDonald does have a net worth of $800,000, so I guess it makes sense that they were only able to afford... No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know plenty of independent musicians who are able to put together far better music videos than whatever the hell this was. Because again, this is a green screen, a corner of a warehouse, and like, I don't know, like a bed frame with lights jury-rigged onto it. Like, this is not an expensive shoot or set. Like, they were probably able to do this in a day. The props that they have probably cost around, like, I don't know, maybe $500 max? It's interesting that they didn't invest more into this, I guess, is what I'm saying. Ben's hoodie must be worth $10K. Oh yeah, I forgot about the hoodie production costs. Really going through the roof right now. They also used that freaky animatronic. Wait. What freaky animatronic? I'm not seeing an animatronic. If there's like a cool robot in this video, I'd love to see it. Like, I'm kind of a hoe for cool robots, but there's not one in there that I can see. Ben just looks like that. He's not an animatronic. Damn it. You guys got me really excited that there'd be like a weird like Chuck E. Cheese knockoff animatronic in there. Damn it. Guys, I'm too autistic. I'm too autistic and too interested in like animatronics and robots for you guys to pull that on me. Literally just had me going, what, where? Huh? Anyway, Tom McDonald is a joke. No one should take him seriously. And God, I hope the world is free of the Ben Shapiro rapping scourge from here on out. I hope he got it all out of his system, and I am very excited to never hear that again. All right, folks, we've been going for 3 hours. How y'all doing? And folks, remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos. Come on over to the riverboat.gg site if you'd like to support me more effectively with your subs and donos, by the way. You can also watch ad-free. It's a good place to hang out. We got a lot of cool people, and you get to be in the on-screen chat here. So, lot of ups, lot of positives over on the .gg site. Consider coming on over. Love to have you, I'm sure. Wait, Benny Boy rapped in the song? He did. We listened to approximately like 3 seconds of it. It was bad. It was the audio equivalent of that scene from The Thing where, like, little leg stalks grow out of the head and it starts scuttling around. It was like that, but in your ears. OS Crane!
White name detected. White name deleted.
OS Crane, thank you so much for gifting Neverbuddy a sub. I appreciate it. I hope they do too. And, thank you so much. Also, way to get on board with the white name elimination program. It is the heart and soul of the riverboat.gg site. Yeah, maybe. Oh, Salmon Moose. I'm not gonna lie. That thought did occur to me unironically. Like, release a terrible, easy to dunk on song, and then DMCA all of the lefties who will play it. Oh God. All right. We did it. I am going to use the bathroom. When I get back, we will do the Texas border story, finally. I know that it's taken us a while to get here, but we had a lot to talk about, okay? And we will have a lot more to talk about tomorrow as well, so don't get too cozy. But I will be right back after I use the bathroom. And yeah, consider supporting the channel, like the stream. Before I go, how we doing on the likes? How we doing on the like in the stream? Guys, we got 58 likes on the stream. Please, we need 11 more to hit a funny number, to hit the nice number. Let's go, folks. I would appreciate it. BRB. Hello, I return. How we all doing? How you feeling? I feel pretty good for having woken up like, I don't know, 16 hours ago. And did I get your GIF? I did, Abyssalisk. I haven't put it in any of the emote stuff yet, and it's on my phone. It's not on my computer yet, but I will show it off next stream. I just did not have a ton of prep time today, because, like, just got in the door, threw together a stream, go, you know? I love it. It's great. Thank you very much for making another GIF. I appreciate it. And, oh, while I was gone, I subbed to Empty Chairs. Thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it over on Twitch. Appreciate the stream. Thank you very much, Staries the OK. Watching from my childhood home in the dark, all alone. So fun to visit family and lose power the one night you're staying there. Oh no! Hope you're staying warm. Oh god. I feel dehydrated. I keep forgetting to drink water. Yo. I talked about this earlier on stream, but in New York, I was dehydrated like all the time because I didn't have a consistent bathroom outside of the hotel. So I'm trying to catch up for lost time. As white as you may be, you will never be whiter than Tom McDonald. It's true. It's true. He's achieved a level of translucence that I don't think I'll ever quite reach. When I spend too much time, I don't know. I feel like I have too many freckles. It disqualifies me from the level of white that Tom McDonald is. Hey, LB. Had to check in via phone? Well, I appreciate it. Tried the game Dredge. It's a cool game. I like Dredge. Alright, we do have to talk more about stream stuff. Folks, we're really close to being out of the copyright fortress. We're so goddamn close. I'm very excited. Okay? We have like a day left. A day left, and then I will continue doing Copyright Fortress until we are out of the woods. But, oh man. 24-hour Lord of the Rings stream! God, that would be so much fun. Oh, imagine all the fun things we could do without copyright laws. Amazing. And yet, they exist, and I respect them. And we'll follow them. Let's see here. So, we do have to talk about... You could make a game about Pokemon with guns. Oh, man. I think tomorrow we might go over Asmongold. We might go over Pal World, and I almost said Poke World. We'll go over Pal World and Asmongold and AI. We'll dive into that entire godforsaken can of worms. Oh, I played footage from Al Jazeera when they began when the Israeli army began invading Gaza. I played some footage from that, and Al Jazeera copyright struck my channel. So, fun stuff. Hey, Eddie. Playing WoW hardcore? Oof, best of luck. I'm terrible at MMOs, so... Yeah, you know, there's I wrote them an email asking them if they drop it, and they never responded. So, you know, it is what it is. The fact that Nintendo hasn't sued yet means it's likely not infringement. I mean, maybe. We'll see. All right. Hey, Pasternak. How you doing? All right, we do need to talk about the Texas border situation, because that has been, more than anything, like, very much disturbing, to say the least. I think I can safely say that it's disturbing, right? So to kind of summarize the situation, and this is going to be a rough, short summary, but basically, the National Guard was mobilized in Texas to prevent undocumented immigrants from coming into the United States, effectively. And the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, put out a notice basically saying that since the federal government wasn't going to enforce border security, the Texas National Guard would, and in effect, kind of, sort of, declared war on Mexico, sort of, kind of. And the Texas National Guard was deployed to put up razor wire along the border, and you know, to slice women and children, you know, with the razors. And federal agents tried to intervene because there were migrants drowning in along a part of the border, and the razor wire was erected to prevent the federal agents from getting into that area and rescuing the migrants, and several of them drowned to death, you know, obviously. And the Supreme Court had to rule on whether or not the federal agents had jurisdiction to be able to cut through the razor wire and, like, continue doing their activities. And so we kind of have had this weird standoff between federal agents and the Texas National Guard, which is further complicated by the fact that, like many now Republican states have been dispatching their own National Guard troops to the border in order to assist Texas in its standoff with federal authorities. So here's a rough map at the moment. Texas, obviously, in the red. The salmon-colored states like Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana have all announced that they support Texas. And all of the states that are in the stripes have announced that they are actively sending troops to Texas. So that is not great. It's not a good situation. It's not good. Now, the conservative movement right now is basically using this as a gigantic media circus in order to try and rally their base. They are trying to generate a bunch of kind of manic fervor around, you know, Trump and their own political careers. And this is possibly like a last gasp at at attempting to be relevant. That's kind of how I read it. Like, you don't deliberately stoke this type of political crisis unless you are incredibly desperate. That's my read on it. Anyway, very very basically in a nutshell. Of course, Donald Trump is just today actively calling all willing states to send National Guard soldiers to Texas. The crisis is being deliberately inflamed here, and there is a possibility that National Guardsmen could fire on federal agents. I think that's a really slim possibility, but it does exist. And this is further complicated by the fact that Joe Biden could federalize all of the National Guardsmen that are being sent to Texas, which would put them directly under military control, which is controlled by Joe Biden. So, like, there's a very obvious kind of big red button in the room that is yet to be pushed. But currently, this has been allowed to go on for several days now, and it's been kind of worrying me, because the longer this goes on, I think the higher the likelihood that something bad, like really bad, happens, you know? Do you think that state governors have the right to protect their states? The federal government doesn't? Just curious. No. I mean, like, the federal government's authority supersedes state authority. If the federal government has a standing order to do something, that supersedes state authority. That's how that works. We've established that. It's well established in law. Has been since the end of the Civil War. That's kind of how it is. As a veteran, I probably have a little different take on it. Was just curious on your thought process. No, that's okay. It's okay, Pasternak. Mainly, like, it depends on right to protect themselves, right? Like, obviously, if, like, a foreign power is invading or bombing or whatever, like, that's one thing. If it's just people coming in, that's not the same thing. Like, if people are just coming here looking to work, that's not the same thing as, like, do you have a right to defend yourself? Like, that's like, I don't know, that's like someone saying, I have a right to defend myself against job applicants. It doesn't make sense. You know? That's my very basic take on it. Yeah. So, Donald Trump deliberately exacerbating the situation, turning into a gigantic media circus. It's not really great, but basically every conservative on the planet is trying to get in on the situation, and it's just kind of crazy right now. For example, you have Ben Shapiro here releasing a official, like, special of some kind on the invasion at the southern border.
America is currently experiencing an invasion.
A lot of people coming.
Oh my God!
Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria.
Is there a fair bit of gang affiliation among?
Always. These people are just.
Oh my God! The Afghanis are invading. It's like. Man, dude, are you kidding me? The Iraqis are invading the United States. You think that's a serious problem? Like, of all the problems you could possibly think is real, you think Iraq is secretly invading the United States? To what purpose? How would that even function? What do you think they're hoping to accomplish? Oh, they're gonna do Iraq's gonna do a 9/11 now? What kind of crazy pills do you have to be on here? Like this is just, oh, brown people. Like let's not kid ourselves. They're not doing like a, oh man, we found a bunch of Syrian terrorists. We found a bunch of Iraqi terrorists. We found a bunch of Afghani terrorists. That's not real. That's not a thing. They've never found any of those. Okay? On top of that, there is gang activity, but you know how you could solve gang activity? There's a pretty straightforward way to go about solving the problem of undocumented immigrants and crime, and the relationship between undocumented immigrants and crime. Okay? One is to know the actual stats, which indicate that undocumented immigrants are less likely to be, like, involved in crime than native-born, like, Americans. That's number one. Number two is, if you really care about even reducing that crime rate even lower, would be to offer them a pathway to citizenship, because part of why they wind up getting involved in gang activity is because the gangs prey on their undocumented status and threaten to out them and get them deported if they don't do what they're told, right? Number three is make it a lot easier to get into the United States. Like, people are paying, like, if you're trying to get in as an undocumented immigrant, right? And you're paying a coyote to take you into the United States, you're paying that coyote like a couple $1,000s, several $1,000s sometimes, right? It shouldn't cost them that much. The United States, like, pay the U.S. to get into the U.S., I guess. Like, I guess I would rather these people pay the U.S. to cross the border than to pay coyotes. My goodness. Like, if it was a lot easier, it'd be a lot easier if we just made it easier for them to get in. We could document the immigrants. It helps. But of course, obviously, getting that passed is the real hurdle, because Republicans do not want undocumented immigrants to be documented, because the goal of the hysteria around undocumented immigrants isn't the fact that they're undocumented. The goal is to fearmonger about brown people. That's the underlying goal, right? That's how they get people on board. We accept 1 million legal immigrants every year through ports of entry. Yeah. Let's up that number. Additionally, most of the people who come over via paths not port of entry do so seeking asylum, which is not illegal. It's actually, that is the legal process. You can do that at a port of entry, but you can also do that at various other locations within the borders of the United States. One of the solutions here, by the way, would be to fund our immigration system, fund our immigration courts. If the issue is that people are sitting in immigration court for too long, waiting for their trials, well then make more immigration courts. We can do that. We have the technology. We have space, we have resources. This isn't complicated. It's only made complicated by people who benefit from it being complicated.
Just crossing the border illegally, waving their hands in the air at our cameras, saying, hey, here I am, come get me. We're no longer the border patrol, we're the welcome patrol.
The #1 site in America for fentanyl trafficking across the border. And if Joe Biden remains in office, it's only going to get worse. I'm Ben Shapiro, and this is the divided states of Biden. Invasion on the southern border.
By the way, just... Can we take a moment here? It's just like... Yeah, man, these people are a real threat. They're a real threat to America. What? Why? Because they're poor and they're coming here to work. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Literally being poor and working here is like what America has been.
No
Yo.
need to read this. Took a break. Free Palestine. Happy New Year and stuff.
Airbnb abortion. Thank you for the $15 dono. Less documented immigrants account for our taxpayer money. What does that even mean? When you say that, what does that mean? Like what are you trying to say? It doesn't make sense. Maybe rephrase it. But, you know, we got people grifting off of this. Even Tim Pool took a break from showing AI porn images of Taylor Swift on his show to talk about how you need to buy prepper meals because all of the Republicans are fear-mongering right now about how this is going to turn into a hot civil war and you need to prep your doomsday shelter by buying branded meals like safe and ready meals, like the ones from safeandreadymeals.com. Haha. He really showed them. He really showed them. It's his sacred responsibility. He might have blurred them on his screen. I don't know if that's being done by the account PimTool News or by Tim Pool, but we do know that Tim Pool looked up AI porn images of Taylor Swift, which is very sussy. We also have several, you know, Jack Posobiec over here. Trump calls all willing states to deploy National Guard to Texas border and start the deportations. Also, buy mypatriotsupply.com. Save $200 on a 3-month kit. You can survive for 3 months. God, dude. Goodness sakes. Yeah, Tim Pool. We got Luke Rudkowski over here. Also repping My Patriot Supply. Again, these people literally make money off of selling prepper shit to Republicans who are thinking like every single thing that happens is going to lead to the end of the world. Also, Pasternak, like, what's your deal here? Who pays for them to be here illegally? No one pays for them to be here illegally. They come here, they work under the table, and then they don't get any of the benefits of being a citizen of the United States. What are you talking about? They literally take less from the economy. They literally take less from the economy and give far more to the economy than like documented immigrants. It's crazy. So like we got like the grifters on the on this. You know, you got of course your End Wokeness account. The White House doesn't rule out federalizing the Texas National Guard.
Homeland Security Department has asked for access to this park that is now currently in dispute. It doesn't seem like they've gotten it. They now are allowed to cut down razor wire.
Yeah.
Some Democrats are saying the president needs to federalize the Texas National Guard.
So look,
is that something that could happen?
I mean, look, I'll say this. You know, the Border Patrol agents are now, as you said, allowed to cut through the wire because of what the Supreme Court has laid out it's unfortunate that we had to go there. It's unfortunate that there is a governor in Texas, Governor Abbott, who has politicized this issue of what's happening on the border. And it's not making people's lives safer. It's actually making it harder for law enforcement at the border to do their job. And so we have been very clear. We want to make sure we get something done at the border. That's why we've been having these conversations with Senate Republicans and Democrats for the past several weeks to come up with a bipartisan agreement to deal with the border. And look, if the governor is not interested in that, Governor Abbott is not interested in that. He wants to politicize an issue, and he's not helping communities. He actually isn't. And he's actually putting Border Patrol agents in harm's way by doing what he's doing. I'm not going to speak to any actions that the president might take, may not take, but we have been very clear on this.
Economy.
Yeah, like basically when this happened, conservatives just lost their collective minds because it means Joe Biden might declare an emergency and seize control over the God-given state right to have like National Guardsmen. As if they didn't see the first word in National Guard. I don't know, man. All of this is very weird, and like we got Tucker Carlson here calling with Greg Abbott, and it's just nonstop posturing. Can we get some Tucker C?
On Monday, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that the Biden administration is legally allowed to open the border by force to cut down razor wire along the Rio Grande sector of the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas. The usual suspects voted for this: Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson, but they were joined by so-called conservative justices John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett. So in response to this ruling, which shocked many, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, drafted a letter, not simply to the administration, but to the world. And here's part of what it says. Under President Biden's lawless border policies, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. That is more than the population of 33 different states in this country. This illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. Abbott goes on to say the state of Texas has the authority under the Constitution to, quote, protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land, and it supersedes.
Keep in mind, literally America benefits from all of this labor flowing into the United States. Like, labor is good for economies. I don't know if you guys know this, but people doing jobs is good and necessary for economies to function. Can imagine it's probably pretty scary having strangers running through your property. Yeah, well, maybe we should, I don't know, have a system where they don't have to do that in order to get in. I'm just spitballing here.
Any federal statutes to the contrary. And then, following very quickly, 25 other states with Republican governors signed a letter pledging their support to Texas and its constitutional right to defend itself and this country. Those states include Ohio, Florida, Utah, Nevada, and many others. And then the Biden administration responded.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. Maybe the United States might need more labor. Something tells me that maybe a country that is talking about how we now have more employees over the age of 65 than ever before. Maybe it'd be a good thing to have, more labor coming into the country. I'm just, something tells me that would probably be a good thing. But no, Republicans, the sky is falling. More labor, bad.
The administration threatened these states, and particularly Texas, with a, quote, 24-hour deadline to allow Border Patrol to reopen the border and to take down the barbed wire. Clearly a collision course. What happens next? We're thankful to be joined now by Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who joins us.
Yeah, look, Mima needs to join Zintavier in the coal mines, okay? It's a family business now. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like Gen Z names. Let Joe, you know, my inclination is to like do an anti-joke. Let Joseph, the Gen Zer, and Bruntilda, the boomer. Let them work side by side on with the threshing combine. I'm sure it'll go well. Anyway, there we go. We've got a new up and comer in the factory line. His name's Fortnite. He's 12 years old. His reflexes are just what we need to get in between the hammering blows of this hydraulic hammer. Let's go.
By phone from India. Governor Abbott, thank you so much
God
for joining
damn.
us. If the administration declares that it plans to federalize the
Joseph
National
the
Guard of the state
Millennial.
of Texas, your National Guard, what will be your response?
Well, first, I'll be shocked. That would be a boneheaded move on his part, a total disaster. But for one, as you might imagine, we are prepared in the event that unlikely event does occur to make sure that we will be able to continue exactly what we've been doing over the past.
Yeah, Greg Abbott's in India, cozying up to the fascists there. So it's real great. It's a real great time right now in America.
And that is building these barriers, whether it be the concertina wire or other anti-climb border barriers, whatever we.
By the way, I love that I love that Republicans and even Greg Abbott himself talk about the razor wire as concertina wire. Like, you know, to try and make it seem less, I don't know, scary, cruel. You know, as if it's not being put across, like, waterways to, like, slice women and children to death. You know? What a, you know, it's not razor wire, it's concertina wire. Ha ha!
We've been building. The Biden administration is now trying to attack us because of it. And we will continue to do exactly what we're doing to expand our denial of illegal entry into the state of Texas.
With state employees, I assume, not with National Guard. But can you envision a scenario in which you would put armed state employees on the border instead of the National Guard of Texas?
We do have other armed state employees on the border as we speak right this minute. And that's the Texas Department of Public Safety, as well as other law enforcement officers, as well as National Guard.
Like, but by the way, just as an FYI, like I'm not like making that up as a bit, right? Like, at Texas floating border wall, children slashed by razor wire. Infant girl among 4 dead found in Rio Grande. Child from Honduras is one of 2 people dead. Oh wow! All of this is, by the way, related to the razor wire along the border. So cool. What a great man defending our country against all of these literal children. But they're poor and brown children, so I guess they had it coming. Am I right?
Guard from other states, and you can be assured
they're poor and brown children who happen to be born on the wrong side of an invisible line. They should have known better.
Be more National Guard from other states and more,
according to Greg Abbott,
law enforcement officers within the state of Texas and other states. And Tucker, I just signed a new law in the state of Texas that will go into effect on March the 5th that authorizes any law enforcement officer in the state of Texas to be able to arrest anybody coming across the border illegally.
Have you spoken to the president or anyone from the Biden White House about what appears to be an imminent collision?
I have not, to be clear. I have spoken to the president about the border. I met him on a tarmac in El Paso and talked to him directly about what was going on. I handed him a letter that had in it immediate solutions he could take that would immediately secure the border without the need of any new law to be passed. Despite the fact that I handed him on altogether 8 different letters, he has refused to ever respond. My point in telling you that, we have laid down the precursor of what's called Article Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution to show that we have been invaded and we have demanded support from the.
Again, to really reiterate here, Greg Abbott is alleging that a foreign power is invading Texas, and that thereby gives him the right to seize control of the United States border because it represents an existential threat to Texas, which is ridiculous. I'm sorry, 10 million undocumented immigrants could come in tomorrow in Texas. That wouldn't destroy Texas. They're going there to work in Texas. This isn't like a gigantic crisis. They're going there to do labor for the U.S. economy. Hey, One Hand Wonder, you've missed a lot. We've been going for 4 hours now.
President to safeguard our state, and they have refused to do so 8 times, and that authorized me to declare an invasion under.
Oh, also maintaining the border is the job of the federal government, not the state government. Anyway.
Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution to make sure that Texas is going to be able to use every tool in our arsenal to defend our state.
Of the couple of dozen Republican-led states who've pledged support for you, how many do you think would send National Guard to Texas?
I'll be shocked and disappointed if almost all of them do not send. There have been about 10 so far that have sent National Guard or other law enforcement. They now are joined together with us, and this is a fight for the future of America, and they all know it.
Just real interesting, by the way. Just a fun little fact for you guys. As of January 9th of this year, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce put out a report on understanding America's labor shortage. And Texas has 80 available jobs open, 80 available workers for every 100 open jobs. So they are suffering under a labor shortage right now. If only there was a large influx of labor that they could take advantage of to fill those vacant job openings.
And so I believe that they will all be in on December.
It's just a remarkable moment. And I know you're heading out, but my final question is, how do you see this resolving? What happens next?
Well, Texas is going to continue to expand the border barriers that we are erecting, the razor wire that we're putting up, and to continue to gain control of more land over the coming months. I believe, however, that this will all come to an end on January the 20th of next year, because I believe a new president will be sworn in, a president who will actually.
Anyway, also, here's a map from that report of the job shortage situation in the United States. Man, if only there was a large influx of labor. Remember when 20% of the jobs in Texas were vacant at the moment? That was one of the best case scenarios right now in America. If only there was some sort of, I don't know, large influx of labor to help with this. It's crazy. Also, I love that Greg Abbott is basically like, well, you know, there's a big problem here down at the border, but I think it'll be resolved next year. But like, you're the one making the problem. Like Donald Trump came into office And Biden has kept almost all of his policies. Like, make it make sense. make your proposition here make sense. By the way, I do want to just add one thing, and I think it's a pretty important bit of context here. The Congress has been deliberating on funding for the border for weeks now. And they need a bipartisan Congress in order to pass bills at the moment, right? Well, the bipartisan Democratic bill that they got going here, well, it includes a few other things like funding for Ukraine. And no, it didn't pass because 191 Republicans voted against it. It's almost like this is an entirely manufactured crisis that is being brought on by Republicans. Basically, in a nutshell, to explain this, Republicans are refusing to fund the border because it would also send vital military aid to Ukraine and a few other things. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, they are rejecting it because it is a Democrat plan, essentially. And instead of working with Democrats in order to come up with a better bill or get rid of things they don't want and maybe make a compromise bill, instead of doing that, they are pulling this gigantic political stunt that is giving them, by the way, tons of time to, really ramp up their rhetoric here. Here's Kristi Noem from, I think, South Dakota, one of the Dakotas.
Governor Abbott has done the exact right thing, and I'll drive him more razor wire from South Dakota if I have to for him to do his job. Governor,
wow, what a sweet lady. What a kind lady willing to drive down some razor wire to maim children. Really defending America. The red in red, white, and blue is the blood of dead kids. I don't know if you guys knew that. Here's Ted Cruz. Razor wire. The Lone Star, come and take it. Haha. It's good. I mean, man, literally everyone's grifting off of this right now.
Biden is going after Texas, saying that they must remove fortifications from their border. They put wire, they put things to keep people out. Biden's saying you got to take that down to let people come in illegally, which is just crazy. And I remarked that if the Constitution was originally understood to mean that a state could not protect itself against an invasion, that the federal government could force a state to allow an invasion,
Again, they keep saying invasion. An invasion is a declaration of war. If the United States was being invaded by a foreign power, we'd launch a fucking nuke at them. This isn't an invasion. This is poor people coming here to work and build a life. They're coming here to build lives and save their families. That's why they're coming here. The framing of that as an invasion is insane.
Constitution would have never been ratified in the first place. Texas would have never joined the Union when it did. And if you look at Federalist 46, which Daniel Horowitz pointed out.
Damn, that's crazy. Is the Federalist 46 the official ruling of the Supreme Court? of the United States of America? No? Then it's not relevant. It's literally not relevant when the court has already ruled in the favor of the federal government.
James Madison talks about situations where federal encroachment can be mitigated by state action. So you have Texas here that's holding its ground. They have every right to fortify the border vis-a-vis an invasion, and that's Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. So they're in the right. You also have a situation where liberal jurisdictions over many, many years have been sanctuary jurisdictions against enforcing federal immigration law. So you'll have somebody who's a criminal alien, they will not be given over to ICE, and they will deliberately act to frustrate the laws on the books, and somehow that's...
Yeah, no, Yenza, that's exactly it. Like, they treat the human people who are coming here because of violence largely instigated by the United States in their home countries. And, like, they're coming here for a better life so they can work, so they can, like, live, so their families can live. And instead of, like, looking into the underlying problems of, like, why are gangs, like, active in like, undocumented communities? I don't know, maybe because they're preying on the undocumented status of those communities. I'm just spitballing here. But, like, instead of just treating them like human beings, they treat them like some sort of fantasy creature that's not a human being. You know, like an infestation. You know, like they're animals or bugs. That's how they treat them, you know? And, like, frankly, America has an extraordinarily long history of that. Like, again, I've talked about this a few times, but, like, the Nazis literally got their idea for gassing, like, people during the Holocaust from how America treated immigrants. America implemented a program of delousing immigrants and migrant workers who came into America, and that basically just involved, like, showering showering migrant workers with all kinds of horrible caustic chemicals in order to make sure they were free of, like, any kind of contagions or bugs, you know, that could infect the United States. Like, it's crazy how much inspiration the Nazis got from the United States and, like, U.S. companies and U.S. practices. You know? Yeah, Hitler was heavily inspired by Henry Ford. Henry Ford, a man who had the second most circulated newspaper in America, and he had it spreading white supremacist propaganda. Yeah, like, this is insane, dude. Yeah, Henry Ford, the decorated Nazi. Like, these people do not treat migrant workers and, like, immigrants or undocumented or documented, by the way, as, like, human beings. And that is directly a legacy of the policies and practices that inspired Hitler, of all people.
That's viewed as okay. You have Texas, who's acting to enforce the laws on the books, to ensure that they have a secure state and that we have a secure country. So all of this is just nonsense what Biden's doing. Texas has every right to stand its ground. In Florida, we've been sending people to help for many years now, because we understand it's not just a Texas issue, it's ultimately an American issue, and if we don't have sovereignty in this country, then we're not going to be a country anymore. So they have every right to hold their ground, to stay the course, and Florida will continue to be there, helping out every step of the way.
Dude, he looked just you know, not really relevant, but man, he looks so defeated. He looks so sad. Good. Fuck him.
actually enforce the immigration laws of the entire country, not just the Texas border, but New Mexico and Arizona and California and the Canadian border also. And we will have safe and secure borders once again because we will have a president who actually will enforce the laws of the United States of America.
But in the next year, are you concerned about any kind of conflict between state forces, whether state employees or National Guard, and federal forces?
So, Tucker, all we can do is be as prepared as possible, deploy as many people as possible, do as much as possible to put up more border barriers and deny illegal entry. And our head is down. We're working hard, regardless of what the Biden administration is doing.
Governor Greg Abbott of Texas joining us now from India. Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
And, of course, Tucker Carlson also interviewed a convoy of truckers that is currently heading down to Texas to protect our country from invasion. You know how truckers protect countries from invasion? It's such a serious war that truckers are going to be the ones to stop the war. No, there's not a war, there's not an invasion. If there was, truckers certainly wouldn't be getting involved on the front lines. My God, you use some critical thinking skills, please.
The state of Texas appears to be on a kind of collision course with the Biden administration, with the federal government over the southern border. Can it be protected, or must the invasion continue? The Supreme Court has weighed in on this to some limited extent, but it hasn't solved the problem or answered the question. So what happens now? Things are moving very quickly, and it seemed like there was no one better to tell us what the future may hold than the Attorney General of the state in question, Ken Paxton, who joins us now. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for coming on. So that's the question. Where does this go? It seems like there are two large forces speeding toward each other, no one's swerving. What happens, do you think?
You know, I don't think anybody knows exactly what happened because we're in uncharted territory.
I just need to point out, Ken Paxton is an evil, godless ghoul, okay? Like, he is genuinely, disgustingly evil. Like, this is a guy who's, like, trying to strong-arm hospitals into giving up private medical records of citizens in order for him and his legal office to go after individual citizens who've received medical care that they have deemed immoral. Like, it's ridiculous how disgusting this man is.
We have a federal government that is largely not just ignored federal law, not just ignored their constitutional role to protect the state and the country. They're actually participating with the cartels and bringing people here as fast as they possibly can. I just don't think we've ever seen anything like this in our country, where we have a federal government not just not doing their job, but affirmatively working with.
I think Ken Paxton might have a fake eye or like a lazy eye. I don't know.
Bad people to do bad things to the country. I don't remember anything like this.
So can I just ask you to stop there, since you're a law enforcement, you're the chief law enforcement officer of your state. Can you assess whether what the Biden administration is doing now is, strictly speaking, criminal? Are they breaking the law in how they're handling the border?
I think they are. I mean, they're taking federal law and dismantling it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ivy, no, but that can be rough.
He has a constitutional duty to implement what has been put in place by the elected representatives.
Yes.
And he's just not doing that, and he's making up his own rules as we go that allow the cartels to gain a foothold, a really strong foothold in the United States, not just in my state, but really across they're building a network across the country so that they can keep doing this well after Biden's gone.
So just to like the next few days or weeks or months or who knows, the Biden administration has effectively threatened your state and said you've got 24 hours to do something. What are they demanding that you do, and where does this go short term, do you think?
I'm not exactly sure what we're supposed to do. I mean, is it we're supposed to let them help them cut down wire and fences? We weren't ordered to do that by anybody that I know of, and so we have no obligation to help them violate federal law, and we're not going to do it. And I don't think Abbott's going to give in. I certainly don't plan on giving in. So they're pushing us to help them, and we're not going to help them violate federal law. We're going to try to defend our border the best we can with the resources we have. And, my job is to do it in court. Abbott has other resources.
Just as an FYI, I think this is maybe like a really interesting graphic a lot of people haven't seen. So, along this graphic, there we go. Biden administration increases refugee ceiling after steep declines in admissions under Trump. Okay? This is in the thousands by fiscal year. This is one of the main differences, one of the main things Biden has done that is actually good, which is allowing more people to come in claiming refugee status, And you can see Trump comes in, boom. People let in under refugee status plummets to like a 40-year low, and then Biden bumps it up to slightly higher than what it was pre-Trump, right? But if you look at the full graph back to 1980, back in 1980, under like Reagan and such, wow, we were accepting almost twice as many as what Joe Biden is allowing in now. That's crazy, dog. Anyway.
Resources at his disposal, and I hope...
Oh, sorry, Jimmy Carter? 81 was Reagan? Gotcha.
He uses every single one of them to stop this.
There's not one power center in this country, the media, the government.
81, it was still about twice as high as what Biden's is.
Government at all levels and both parties. Big business. There's not one power center in the United States that would like to see secure borders. And so, of course, we haven't had secure borders, and now we're being invaded, and no one's really doing anything about it. So it's just a matter of time before citizens who love their country, in many cases who have served their country overseas, decided to get a little more active in protecting their country. And that's why we're about to see the Take Our Border Back convoy. It begins on January 29th. Truckers, bikers, anyone who wants to
that's
come
2
and
days
protect
from
the
now.
United States and demand that our government secure our southern border is welcome. They'll be driving to Texas, and one of the people who will help them navigate that state is Doc Pete.
Well, this convoy to protect America, that sounds good. It maybe is a little bit less good that it's calling itself an army of God. Experts say the Christian nationalist rhetoric adds a dangerous dimension to the standoff between Texas and the federal government. That's love it when a bunch of civilians calling themselves an army of God wind up in between two bodies armed with guns. Haha.
Chambers is, true to his title, a physician. He's a former Green Beret. He was recently down in Eagle Pass, Texas, and here's part of what he saw.
Doc Chambers from Eagle Pass, Texas. Today's the 18th of December. We're out here at the point of entry. 5,000 are sitting on the ground right now. It's increasing as we go along. Information that we've received says another 7,000 should be processed through this particular point by morning. Joe and I have been here many times. Last time we were down here, we were in uniform, and now I'm a civilian and in the Army of God. So we'll keep telling truths, and you need to get this video to your legislators and tell them, in the state of Texas particularly, this is out of control.
Yeah, so this is kind of the Molotov cocktail that's headed towards the federal agent National Guardsman standoff. We've got a bunch of crazy death cultists who would love nothing better than to throw themselves onto a blazing inferno in order to save America, and they're heading down there with guns, and that's a really bad combo.
So, not surprisingly, Doc Pete Chambers has been attacked by dying legacy media outlets as a deeply scary person, because your country being invaded is not scary. It's all totally normal. We thought it would be worth talking to Doc Pete Chambers about what he expects to happen with this convoy and his...
Yeah, we interviewed this crazy death cultist about whether he's scary or not, and he said no.
...role in it. He joins us now. Dr. Chambers, thank you so much for coming on.
It's great to be here, Tucker.
So what can we expect with this convoy? Can you describe what it is and what its purpose is?
Right. This is a peaceful assembly. This is what we do as Americans. This is how we shed light to a subject. This shedding of the light will result in exposing really what an open border policy looks like.
Yes.
We know that we know the problem sets in Texas. But literally, I promise you this, that 40 miles north of that border, there will be people that will never have heard of the border problem because they just watch mainstream media.
Yes.
And so this is what that is about.
And so can you tell us the route of the convoy and who you expect to join it?
Right. So right now, they're going to be leaving out of, on the 29th, Virginia Beach, which is where the 1607 Covenant, the landing, which signified the John Smith landing in 1607, where they planted a cross on the beach and said, hey, this is a covenant to this nation, to God. And then they're going to leave from there, and they're going to go down through Florida. They're going to cut across Highway 10 through Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Houston, into Dripping Springs, Texas, where I'll be working out of, and then on to near Eagle Pass. Now, I'm part of the advisory of this, and as I advised, I used to be in that same unit that's down there. That's the unit that has a streamer on it from the Alamo. It's a very historic Texas unit. And so they are down there holding the line. And I know those soldiers. I worked with them. I took care of them as a doctor with Operation Lone Star. They're busy. So the convoy is going to go just a little bit shy, just a little bit to the north, really, in an area about 30 miles away in Quemado, Texas, to a children's camp. A beautiful lady down there who has taking care of orphans and widows. You can't write this stuff in a book. I couldn't make this up.
Well, let's be clear. You absolutely could. That wouldn't be a hard lie to tell.
But she was overrun, first of all, by the COVID mandates that said you got to shut down. You can't keep running this shelter, number one. Number two, she was overrun by the numbers of volumes of illegals that were coming through her neighborhood, trying to get into her food pantry. And then number three, the cartels are a significant presence in that area because that is the end point of where they do the end around. So we are looking at the bright, shiny object that is Eagle Pass. That's a bright, shiny object. Look here. The droids that you're not looking for, if you will, are just to the north, right in that location. And so what this is going to do is it's going to bring light to it because we have to understand that there is a constitution, both state and federal, and that we have to, number one, expose those that argue things in the Hegelian dialectics, if you will, of tort law, and look at the Constitution, which is exactly what this is a focus on. The Constitution, we the people. That's why we the people will be riding along, mama bears, cops, veterans, truckers, and going to that location to bring light. There is nothing nefarious about this. There is, matter of fact, I am suggesting to them that they and they know this, that this is a peaceful demonstration. This is how this will be.
Yeah. Anyway, let's look at their website. Just real quick. Let's take a little gander. Take Our Border Back convoy. We the people are united to take our border back. Join your family, friends, neighbors, and fellow Americans from the East and the West Coast for a multi-day convoy ending with 3 rallies in 3 states on February 3rd, 2024. And oh god, they have a Twitter. What does this look like? We the People, Maine. Graphic design is our passion, clearly. Oh my god. I didn't want to click on that. America Happens Network. This is so far down. This is so far down the conservative propaganda rabbit hole that I've literally never heard of this. My job is paying attention to conservatives and conservative propaganda. I've never heard of this. Doc Pete Chambers. Okay. What's this all about? Okay, it's a peaceful assembly and prayer. Okay, well that doesn't sound so bad. But how are you going to do that with and take our border back? What like if undocumented immigrants run up, are you just going to like pray at them, or I'm guessing that's not exactly the go-to strat here. Calling all active and retired law enforcement and military, veterans, mama bears, elected officials, business owners, ranchers, truckers, bikers, media, and law-abiding, freedom-loving Americans. Join us! The time is now for we the people to peacefully assemble in honor of our constitutional rights. To call on our government to take action for we the people and secure our southern border. Make your voices heard, America. Roll with us. From Virginia Beach to Eagle Pass. From Eagle Pass to Yuma. From San Ysidro, I don't know what that one is. I can't pronounce that. To Yuma. Together we stand united, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Join us and subscribe for updates, including convoy schedule, meeting locations, rally dates, and times. Supporters and sponsors. Become a sponsor and a supporter with a minimum donation of $500. Great American Pizza and Subs, the number one backer of this movement. Okay, I do want to know about this religious looking organization, Remnant Revolution, but okay. What is this? The Republic of the United States of America. What is this all about? Amazing baptisms. What the hell is this? We're leaving the 99... Wait, we've been assigned to a new mission, the Remnant Revolution Net Tour. We're leaving the 99 and going to the ones who are ready to receive the full gospel of Acts and be baptized in the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ. For the remission of sin and be filled with the Holy Spirit and fire. Contact us here if you'd like Jamie and I to come to your area as we move from house to house across our great nation. Are these couch surfers? What is this? The first mission of our fish tour was simple: to go out and spark a revolution of spirit and truth. Okay. What? The soft launch of this tour began April 26, 2023 out of Virginia Beach, where we, as the Gideon 300, reconvened this nation. What is the Gideon 300? What is this? Like, I want to know what denomination this is. Oh, God chooses Gideon's 300 soldiers. Gotcha. This is the fish tour promo video.
Welcome to the Remnant Revolution Tour. The mission of our tour is simple: to go out and spark a revolution of spirit and truth. Genesis 45:7 says,
Are they in front of a green screen? If so, why this back? Okay.
Genesis 45.
I mean, I just want to know what their deal is.
The Great Commission as we travel together in a convoy across this nation and to enter into the greatest Exodus moment this world has ever seen.
What?
Our Father has cast a big net across this nation, and we are ready to go on a huge fishing trip.
Okay, so they are a religious group that travels in a forever convoy, converting people and then doing spirit-filled movie nights.
For the Jesus Revolution or other great shows like His Only Son.
Uh-huh. Okay, this is weird. Lot of baptisms, yeah. Pre-debate message. There was a debate? Do we need to do a debate review on these guys? What is this?
This is
wait, what? I'm sorry, wait. Is this flat Earth? Are we
This is the debate.
Are we doing flat Earth? The new standard map of the world? What is this? Oh my God! Friday night before the great biblical Earth, flat Earth debate between Greg Locke and Dean Ottle. Wait, I feel like where do I know Pastor Greg Locke from? What? I know this guy. What do I know him from? Pastor Greg Locke repents, scrubs thousands of videos from Facebook to minimize collateral damage. 4 months after revealing that he got too involved with politics to the point where it was overshadowing his ministry, Pastor Greg Locke, the internet famous leader of the Global Vision Bible Church in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, announced that he scrubbed thousands of videos with billions of views from his Facebook page to minimize some of the collateral damage. Yeah, Locke began sharing content on his Facebook page in 2015, became an overnight conservative star after he posted a video on Facebook in April 22nd, 2016, criticizing Target for its then new policy of allowing men to enter women's bathrooms and dressing rooms. He's also well known for his outspoken opposition to abortion and Planned Parenthood. I think he's also, like, tangentially related with QAnon as well. Like, the Reawaken America tour is kind of a QAnon, like... Wait. Pro-Trump pastor announces huge occult book burning for Halloween. The Burn. Yeah, we might have covered one of, like, his book burnings. Oh, a week ago. Roof collapses at Global Vision Bible Church. What a shame. Oh my God. There is a flat Earth debate here. Answers in Genesis covered it. Oh my god. It happened. Wait, sorry. There's an event called Flattoberfest. This is a rabbit hole, guys. This is a real rabbit hole here. Flattoberfest. Are you fucking
Turning
kidding me?
another white, gray name into good orange.
Abyssal List, thank you for gifting It's Me, Airbnb Abortion, a sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's the, I mean, a lot of, that doesn't really narrow it down. Yelling about witches to the congregation does not narrow it down. Nope, you're not gonna get me.
Thank you for all the people I've talked to so far, people that, short trips from Los Angeles or Arizona, people that drove in from Colorado. Where are those people that came in from the Netherlands? Where are you guys? Don't make the mistake and call them and know the drill, but I've got a funny feeling that a lot of people here are first-timers. So quick show of hands, how many first-timers to the Flat Earth Conference? That's part of the speech, because Flat Earth is long from dead. I can tell you that right now. And again, thank you. This is our first close to West Coast conference, and couldn't be more thrilled having you. So, with that being said, all right, go through that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so how it works with me, if you guys, again, because for all the new people, is my speech is actually pretty short. I don't do anything real fancy like Jaron or Austin or those guys. I do pretty much a 20-minute words of wisdom, State of the Union, motivational type thing, and then I open it for questions. And so what'll happen is Karen, the lovely Karen, oh, you know what? Let's do a couple shout outs. Sorry, Karen B. But you all for coming. Privately, yes, because ask for to conclude. I'll give you a little. So before we get to, all right.
Riveting stuff. Anyway,
This is the debate between Greg Locke and Dean Odell. The topic is the...
I need to know.
And all these other people, all of y'all, it takes courage to do this. I've lost more friends and family members having this conversation than anyone I've ever experienced in my life.
Okay, so we've got a bunch of cultists who believe that the Earth is flat, armed with guns, going down to the Texas border to try and intervene between federal and state militaries. Okay, cool. This is way crazier than I anticipated. And I anticipated it to be pretty crazy. Yeah. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna click on a couple of these other sponsors. This is just Dr. Pete. My God. Patriot Mom. Oh, God. It's a Patriot Perspective. I thought this would be a trailer for whatever the fuck she does. It was not. content.
Which is kind of the unofficial team,
Yeah.
and there was the Giuliani team, which
Right.
was like the official team. So I ended up on the PAL team, which is
interesting
how I like to
work,
do it.
right?
Yeah, and I like to be on the unofficial, pinch hitters
A
anyway.
little more leeway.
Yeah, but it was super fun.
Not the outcome you guys were hoping for.
Well,
obviously. In ways maybe there was.
Yeah, people say that, but people forget there was two components to the lawsuit, right? There was the decertification,
Right.
but the preliminary relief that we had asked for was that for the machines to be impounded and audited, so we can see if it should be permanently decertified or just temporarily decertified, right? That was what we asked for, and what we did in Arizona, for Sydney that wasn't done by local council in a lot of places around the country is we got.
Man, I need to pull myself out of this pit. It's too deep. I can't, dude. But maybe we'll watch that flat Earth debate because that could be fun. That could be fun. Oh my god. Someone throw a rope to Jack. I'm drowning out here, folks. I think this segment has gone thoroughly off the rails. To summarize, Greg Abbott is pulling a gigantic political stunt along with Donald Trump and basically every Republican governor. And they're all doing a political stunt because they can't actually offer anything positive to their voters. All they can offer is, liberal tears or whatever. And there's not going to... Well, the end goal isn't secession per se by most of these political figures. The end goal is seizing power, Like, I don't think Greg Abbott is invested into, like, actually seceding from the Union. Like, that wouldn't go well for him, He knows that. But, he is interested in using this to further his own domestic support and power, right? And the main thing here is kind of how Biden reacts to all of this. And he has, actually, which was surprising, several hours ago, put out a statement. For everyone who's demanding tougher border control, this is the way to do it. Here's my full statement on border security negotiations. And of course, Biden isn't actually having a spine here. He's basically just daring Republicans to do anything about it, which they're not going to do. For too long, we all know the border's been broken. It's long past time to fix it. That's why 2 months ago, I instructed my team to begin negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators to seriously and finally address the border crisis. For weeks now, that's what they've done, working around the clock through the holidays and over the weekends. Let's be clear. What's been negotiated would, if passed into law, be the toughest and fairest set of reforms to secure the border we've ever had in our country. It'd give me, as president, a new emergency authority to shut down the border whenever it becomes overwhelmed, and if given that authority, I would use it the day I sign the bill into law. Further, Congress needs to finally provide the funding I requested in October to secure the border. This includes an additional 1,300 Border Patrol agents, 375 immigration judges, 1,600 asylum officers, and over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl at our southwest border. Securing the border through these negotiations is a win for America. For everyone who's demanding tougher border control, this is the way to do it. If you're serious about the border crisis, pass a bipartisan bill and I will sign it. Which is, you might notice, kind of a terrible statement. It doesn't resolve the dispute between, like, the National Guard and the federal agents. So that is going to continue for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, it just shows him doubling down on the border, which is not a popular thing to do among Democrats. This kind of move is something that, like, maybe would appeal to, like, independents, but this is not the way to shore up your base, Biden. at all. You want me to be tough on the border? I'll be the toughest on the border. I'll shut it down. I'll shut it down with new executive authority. Like, new executive authority, by the way, that like maybe the president shouldn't have. Maybe the president shouldn't have unilateral authority to be able to shut down the entire border of the United States. Maybe that's something that might possibly backfire in unforeseeable and horrific ways, or even completely foreseeable and horrific ways. Like Donald Trump is salivating about having that kind of power, you know? Like, this is... I don't interpret this as very good at all, actually. I think that this is actually quite bad. It's kind of hilarious in how bad it is. I agree with you, Ivy. Like, it's... I'm kind of speechless about this one. Like, I mean, I guess I'm glad for 375 immigration judges, if that even got passed. But like, do we need 1,300 more Border Patrol agents and like 100 new inspection machines to prevent fentanyl from coming in? Like, when we know that the people who are most likely to be bringing in fentanyl right now are like domestic, like already citizens of the United States. Like, it's not undocumented immigrants bringing in the fentanyl. It's U.S. citizens. Oftentimes with the support of Border Patrol or like local police departments. Also, fentanyl is already like legally available in the United States in hospitals. Like, it's prescribed and used in hospitals. God damn, dude. The National Guard thing reminds me of Brown versus Board aftermath. Yeah, no, declassified Crocs. It's basically a similar situation, except that Biden is just completely trying to no-sell it, you know? Like, it's not happening. It's not a big deal. Anyway, let me talk about all of my labor wins. People aren't thinking about that right now. They're thinking about the map of, like, the United States where, like, Republican governors are sending troops to the border. That's what they're thinking about. All of this is bad. Like, I don't think it's going to turn into a civil war. I don't think it's going to turn into secession. But, like, there's a possibility here with, like, Republican governors ratcheting up the rhetoric more and more and more, doing these, like, political stunts that are bigger and bigger, combined with, like, reasonable federal intervention to try and save, like, drowning kids in a river, combined with the fact that crazy death cultists are planning a gigantic armed convoy to the area. Like, this is a recipe. I think someone in chat earlier said Waco 2. This is a recipe for a very similar, just cluster fluff of a situation. Waco 2, secessionist boogaloo. Yeah. I really wish that Biden's statement had been along with a call to federalize, like an official order to federalize the National Guard in Texas. Because, man, it needs to be diffused. It needs to be diffused. The Branch Davidians definitely thought of themselves as an army of God as well. These people are, like, these people think the earth is flat, folks. Like, if you think and you are spreading the idea that the earth is flat, you are definitely going to drink the Kool-Aid when the time comes, okay? Like, just, man, It is a bad combo of things. I got nothing else for this segment. I'm sorry. Like, all of this is bad. It's silly, but it all adds up to being bad. And I have no idea what's going to happen next. Well, folks, we've been going for about 5 hours now. I don't know what's a good plan for Biden, but I definitely don't like him giving in to these guys. Yeah, which is what it feels like, right? That's what it feels like. He's giving in when he's like, well, I'd sign an executive order day one to shut down the border. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? They're pointing guns at you. Take away their toys. What are you doing? God. We've been going for 5 hours now, folks. Remember to hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. We are currently 3 likes away from 69 likes. Nice. And how y'all doing? Oh, and consider dropping subs and donos to support your streamer and help her pay rent and have food to eat. Hey, Ivy Nova. Welcome over to Twitch. Hello, Dat Lydia. Doing all right. I'm also doing relatively okay, outside of the fact that I'm completely and utterly exhausted because I woke up today in New York and now I'm in Minnesota and I traveled all day, and as soon as I got home I did a show. So I'm very tired, and it's 3:30 in the morning and I am gonna go to sleep, and you guys can't stop me. Hear from my dude raid a few days ago? Well, Dat Lydia, thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you all enjoyed the show, actually. I think I did an okay job talking, despite being completely exhausted. What time do you usually start? I usually start around like 7 or 8 o'clock Central Time. Today we started at like 11 o'clock Central Time, and I've been going for like 5 hours. You need to visit Seattle sometime? I've been to Seattle a couple times. I quite like it. Is Biscuit Bitch still open? Like post-pandemic? Because Biscuit Bitch is great. One of my favorite places in Seattle. I'm pretty sure. Yes. All I know is that I didn't have this on my 2024 dumpster fire bingo. Yeah, me neither. I really didn't foresee the manufacturing of this crisis quite so hard. What is that adorable thing? This is a little like trans flag blahage. One of my like viewers got it. Because I was sad when I found out that I was delighted to find out that gender clinics, that IKEA makes trans flag blahage stuffies for gender clinics, but they don't sell them to the general market, so you can't get one. And I was sad, but a viewer sent in this crocheted trans flag mini blahage, and it's very cute. And now it lives on top of my microphone because I like it. It's just a little friend that I like. Good night, Polly has his cracker. You get good sleep, okay? Always like your vids. Happy I finally saw a live. Well, Nola Ray, I'll probably be going live tomorrow as well. Probably going to be going live every day this for the rest of the month, just because I usually take weekends off, but I had to take off a lot of days of work this month to do some traveling for work, like for some of the other work projects I have going on, and also for an editing project I'm working on. So I'm basically giving up all of my usual non-working days to just grind out content, and yeah. Yo, Gutter Snipe Hunt, thank you for making the jump over to riverboat.gg. Welcome. And we're gonna raid into, and I'll change the hosting. We're gonna raid into Kerfuffle. It's gonna be a big change of pace. Kerfuffle is a character, a little horny goblin character, for sure. Y'all have a good time over with them. Any video game you looking forward to? Oh, I'm looking forward to Avowed. Avowed looks really cool. It's set in the Pillars of Eternity world, and it's a first-person, RPG made by the people who made Fallout New Vegas. So I'm pretty on board with that. I'm very much looking forward to that releasing later this year. And with that, I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you enjoyed the show. Bye.
What? Like, no, that was Virgil. Dante's definitely had sex. Dante fucks.
All right. Anyway, have fun with Kerfuffle. Bye.